Wee. Oh my god, what am I doing in Levski? Check 1, 2, are we ready to go? What are we doing in Levski? Oh, okay, what is my timer doing in a minute? 2 hours? I mean, yeah, I guess we could do this on the quick, right? I think we'll be okay. Hey, Bear Squish, what's happening? Yo, yo, yo. Let us say hello to Bear Squish. What's happening? It's good to see you. How are you? Shout out to Bear Squish. We are looking at PTU 4.6 and wondering what is there for the folks who want to help out with this medical effort in this new patch. Oh, you gotta do it. Oh wow, RPG session. Oh my gosh, I have to check that out. Is that something that you guys actually broadcasted? I'm gonna have to check that out. Oh my gosh, is it like an RPG thing that you guys actually played? Is it like a particular game that you guys like to play? Oh, Warhammer. Oh, interesting. And is this like, is it tabletop? Because I know tabletop is really big, and it's like, I kind of want to see, yeah. Well, no, I mean that's amazing, because as far as I have been able to kind of tell, Warhammer is like a mixture of like StarCraft tech and fantasy. Well, you know, like a little bit of aliens, a little bit of Terrans, a little bit of StarCraft and Zerg mixed into sort of a medieval, a futuristic medieval mix. With a little bit of that, a little bit of like hardcore, how do I, you know, if you also want to take sort of Diablo's Paladin, their kind of hardcore mentality of like, this is the way things should be, and we are the order of the universe, and we will take the law into, and then we will give it to the populace anyways, in any, by any means necessary. You know, we will restore order and bring these heathens and aliens to bear, you know, which is that's crazy. But you know, if you can play it and role play it, that's even better. Hey, do I get a free cup of coffee here for my efforts? Hey, look at that. Levski free coffee? It's even already been poured. I mean, I dig it. Hold on, let me, oh shoot. Let me put it down. Now. Place it, oh, what the hell? Put it down, and let me take my helmet off. A little bit risky. Hey, Ferk, what's happening? A little bit risky because we're in Levski, and you know there's an outbreak, so I don't know. Should I even? Oh shoot! Should I even trust the air here? Let's calibrate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're actually doing a test multi-stream now through OBS. So I don't know if you guys are following us also on YouTube. Don't even know if it's working. I might have to check. I might have to check really quick to ensure that that it's actually working. Right now, you know, the only problem is that right now I only have it in horizontal. Yeah, could you check, Ferk? Let's just make sure we're live. Are you freaking serious? How did I get? This can't be right. I have 1,962 subscribers on YouTube. I don't. That can't be right. Are we? Let's see. Let's just make sure this is all good. Welcome to chat. Is this working? Live chat? Oh. I don't know if that's working, but maybe. Okay, well, you know, okay, hold on. Oh, okay. Holy smokes. Everything on YouTube is like tripping right now. What? Google, you know, the way you guys are doing everything, you're teaching AI how to read your captchas and learn how to, like, defeat them. Oh my god. To the point where probably AI gets better at actually doing your little captcha things. Oh my god. Come on, dude. Thank you. I can't use my passkey because my... Thank you. Can I get into my YouTube? Oh, okay. Okay, we're good, I think. You seems live? Okay. That's great. Alright, we're good. I'm gonna just close out of that completely. Anyways. Yes. Right now we're just using Atom multi-stream and Atom vertical, but I'm not doing the vertical yet because I don't know how it's done, but apparently Streamlabs has like some kind of deal with TikTok such that you don't even need a stream key. They've worked out something where people can go live without the stream key. So now that I'm on OBS using Atom multi-stream, TikTok requires a stream key, which I don't have because I don't know how to get to it. And at the same time, their studio says, oh yeah, you can get a stream key if you got 1,000 followers or whatever, and you've, you know, you could go live, all this stuff. And I'm like, hello, I've been live for a while there and it doesn't quite remember. So I'm gonna need to kind of work that whole deal out. Until then, it's gonna be It's going to be YouTube and Twitch for right now. No, Ferk, I have no idea. If I look at these analytics, it's impossible. It's gotta be like bots or something, because it says in the last 28 days, I picked up 1,558 followers. That is impossible. I have not even like shown my feet or wore a bikini or anything, you know? It's impossible. How would I have this many people show up? I don't know if it's because of that. It's because of the "this is why we play Star Citizen" video. I don't even think it's that. That can't even be that popular. That doesn't even have hardly any views on YouTube. I just got more views on TikTok, and I didn't pick up hardly anybody on TikTok. Hot tub stream? Do I not remember? Of course. Yeah, it was a hot tub stream that we haven't even really talked about. Hey, you know what? We could... Oh man, who has an 890 jump? Don't you have an 890 jump? Right, Ferk? A Phoenix hot tub stream? Well, I tell you what, we can probably do like we can do an 890 jump stream, and we'll just call it like a hot tub. We'll do a hot tub stream. We'll mark it in the hot tub category. We'll get our characters, we'll put them in swimsuits, and then we'll literally just stream from the pool in the 890 jump. That's the way to do it, man. Oh man, you can't even drink the coffee in this mug? What's even the point? Hold on a second. Carry this thing. So I'm gonna tell you, like, there was a Bar Citizen that they had a couple years ago, and what I did was I used FOIP, like something like how I do right now here, and I basically turned that into a virtual camera.
No stopping.
So when it you know, they had all these Bar Citizen participants, and I just basically had this as my webcam. So it's like, hey, and I was holding like a beer in the game, and I was just like, hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? And you know, it was just like I was the attendee holding like a bottle of smoltz.
How are you doing?
How can I?
You can't hang out
I
here.
think there's something loose in my...
So literally, I can't. Hello? What the hell did I just pick up? Oh my gosh! Let's just drop this. I put down a mug of coffee for this? Great. So yeah, that was
Don't dawdle, let's go.
in a nutshell, that's kind of my FOIP thing. I didn't know this guy had a scar on his face. Okay. Proper webcam setup.
Keep it moving.
I hope CIG at some point introduces a little bit more refinements to the camera. And I'm not quite sure what happened. I feel like in 4.6, there's a little bit of a change in some of the camera movement. It's a little bit harder to dial in now. I had to turn on smoothing and lower the threshold, but it feels a lot more wobbly.
Hurry it up, no stopping.
What are these guys talking about?
Sure hope that works out for you.
I think it's these guys. They're like, he tells his life story, and then the usual NPC response is like,
So what's up?
that's great.
Decided to take a few days for myself. I'm not setting an alarm or planning
what's going on with
anything.
you?
Just gonna let the day take me where it takes me.
No?
Feels like I've been going non-stop.
Who the hell's talking?
and it's starting to wear on me.
Oh, is it her?
Well, do what you gotta do.
See, this is how the conversations in Star Citizen go. They're like, you know, I had to do blah 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 blah. Oh my gosh, it was so terrible. And then the NPC's replies are always like, yeah, it sucks to be you, you know, or something to that extent. You know, they never have like an insightful response. It's just sort of a quip comeback. You know,
What's up with
It's
you?
like the guy who initiates the conversation always has something really deep to say, and the response is always a quip. It's like watching Starfleet Academy.
Life been good to you recently?
Oh,
Somebody almost scratched my ship the other day. The guy was wasted weaving with a bunch of metal boxes a little too close. Grabbed him by the collar and put the fear of God in him.
Some things just boggle the mind.
that's it.
How you doing?
That's how it goes. That's the conversation.
Come on, keep it moving.
All right, let's go see. We're here to help everybody out, right?
Life been good to you recently?
When we're in Levski, the priority missions are going to be the ones that are based on this whole medical thing, right? Can we get this mold thing? Where do you get the mold stuff? So apparently that's
Clear out.
where do you find that? A lot of this is really just shoot some ships, carry some boxes. Oh, here it is. Damn, 3,000 SC. There's no way I can do this. So here's one where you have to deliver a whole bunch of cryopods with very important people to Microtech. That's a long flight, by the way. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Boom. All right, here we go. Collect Molina mold samples. Hello. Scientists at New Babbage International Spaceport Microtech are desperate to get their hands on Molina mold samples so they can put it through a battery of tests. Just got word there's a small haul of samples waiting at Levski for them to use. Are you able to make this run? You'll need a ship that can hold cargo containers up to 1 SCU in size and a handheld tractor beam to deal with them. Finally, for your peace of mind, the mold samples have been safely and securely packaged in crates, so there's no risk of getting you sick. Signed, Ella Tiano, Junior Logistics Coordinator, Kovlex Shipping. Anything you need, anywhere you need it. Okay, they've already packaged it for us.
What's new?
That's
with
it.
you?
It's only 8 SCU of mold samples already in the box. So not as adventurous as you would think. So they're already boxed up. All we gotta do is ship the boxes down to Microtech. However, we need a drink. So I've gotten ourselves Pip's Energy T17. Oh yes. Let's go.
Let's go, people. Move it.
That's why I said LFG, people. LFG. Delicious. Pip's Energy. It's like space Red Bull. Let's toss it in the trash and be a good citizen. Alright.
How are you getting by?
Oh,
Can't complain, really. Tell you the truth, give me a bowl of porridge in the morning and I'm right as rain. I hear Admiral Bishop eats a bowl every morning too, if you can believe it. No wonder those duel don't stand a chance.
Some things just boggle the mind.
okay, Jared. Good to know. I'm gonna put on my helmet now. Get ready to ship some spores to Microtech. You hear me? It's the same thing. I just blinded him. Okay, we're gonna need to pull out our... I believe we have a raft here. Yep.
Vehicle selected.
Now,
Your
whether or
vehicle
not
has been
it'll,
delivered to the following location.
I'm going to see what happens if I trust Star Citizen to load my ship properly onto the hangar if I wait a few moments. I'm going to give it a minute or two.
Welcome.
It's loading onto a medium hangar, so hopefully this thing will load properly and we can take care of this mission
Your insurance claim has been
square away. You see here, we've got all matching gear right now. We've got the Orc Mark 10 armor with we've got ourselves an S71 rifle. But we're here to do freight. Now let's hope our ship actually came up and it's not going to get swallowed by Star Citizen bugs. This is going to be one doozy of a flight. Ah, check it out. I see. Oh, there it is. Oh, has it been cured? Has Star Citizen's hangar ASOP problem been fixed? I think you just have to, I don't know, you just have to wait like a minute or two before you walk into your hangar, and things will be just fine. So we also have an Argo Atlas to the side. Maybe we should bring that with us. We're not really gonna need it for 8 SCU. But it's always good to keep one close by. For dangerous missions. It's just kind of a pain in the ass to get it to load. Like so. Alright, 8 SCU, here we come. Gotcha, okay. 8 little boxes. For right now, I'd say wait until you hear the noises. Then close the thing. Otherwise, you never know if these things are gonna work. Ah, here we go. Now, I appreciate CIG making really new designs. I think these are the ones that they did show at CitizenCon at some point. But check these out. These come with danger, hazard. Interesting though, they do put labels about size and heavy and load and all that kind of stuff. Although they don't explain the symbol, which is basically biohazard. That's fine. Can't have everything in life. Alright, let's go. So 8 SCU, not a big deal. We don't really need an Atlas to do this. Probably good practice though. Get it off the freight elevator before you do anything. If we did use the Atlas, you could probably do this in one shot. Although, kind of the issue is if you just pulled up your ship, the cargo grid of your particular ship may not be visible and accessible to you. So with the raft, it kind of is because it's all open underneath, but but the struts get in the way. So it's pretty easy to attach to the raft cargo grid. It's literally right on the bottom. Go sup. Oh, and standard practice, if you want to make this thing go quick along a grid, try to go from a very end so that you just have to line it up one after the other right next to each other. So there's almost no question that you've actually put everything nice and snug. Unless you're in a hurry, then just slap it onto the grid however you wish. But if you want to maximize how much you're carrying, and most people who have played Star Citizen during the first resource grind event will remember this. You just gotta put as many boxes in as many places as you can, and possibly, you know, that's where the raft is not quite as good as some ships. Whereas, see, on the raft you have to follow the cargo grid, or else it's not going to stick. Whereas if you have something like a Hercules or whatever, you could just throw the damn boxes however which way you want. I think it's the same thing with the Hull C. You have to follow the grid. Hull C, Hull A, and probably the other MISC ships the same way. Hey Ferk, on YouTube, is it seem pretty stable? Is it smooth?
Systems activating. Systems.
What is our actual performance here? Drop frames into 0. That's good. Drop frames 0. Skip frames hardly anything. 0.0. Total data output, we're putting out approximately 12 megabit and 6 megabit. Not bad. Okay, to get out of here, we're at SCM mode. Full power to shields. Where are the weapons? Are there guns? Oh, there are guns, but the guns really... like, who cares about these guns? These guns are pathetic. Which basically means don't get shot while you're in the ship. So here's the Argo raft, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be pushing just a small amount of boxes, so we're bringing these mold samples from Levski to Microtech. We'll try to get them there in one piece. Kind of notice where we're at. Where the hell is this? We're somewhere away from most of the other ships. There's a lot of other places to launch from Levski. You just gotta explore a little bit. However, kind of notice that there are also so many other possibilities for gameplay, CIG, if you would increase the amount of playable space. And maybe that'll come with I don't know, the transportation tram updates to the game, which could take us a little bit further out from just the main part of Levski. Can you imagine being able to pick up and drop off cargo from, say, here? Or even here, or down there, or let's say there are boxes to pick up at a cargo yard on a separate part of the facility, you know? It's like, you want people to appreciate this 64-bit space that you've created for everything, where there's so much play area, but you isolate them in the little tiny spot over here. Well, there's so much other areas of the game with potential gameplay if you would just open them up. Create those internal spaces and spread the missions out to take advantage of all this space. Someone left a bunch of boxes out there. But yeah, there's so much out here to see. And if you think about the original Levski back in I'm not really sure, 2017 through whatever patch they removed Levski, you were able to drive around Levski with a vehicle. Here you can't. I mean, there's stuff around here. There are actually platforms where you can land. But you can't really do anything. That's the thing. And I'm hoping at some point, 4.6, or 4.7, who knows, we'll get that the promised land of gameplay, you know. Maybe they'll expand out Levski. Like, check this out. What is this? There's a great little landing pad right here.
Landing complete.
where you can kind of stand around and check out the rest of the facility.
Engines off.
I'm getting a call from my employer saying, hey man, you're on the clock. Just a minute, man. Just a minute. It's a space game. And in space, we have to take time out to, you know, appreciate where we're going and the places we've been. Like, literally, this is where we're at. Above Alevsky right now. Ferk, thanks for the update on how things are going on YouTube. YouTube is looking good too. Yeah, as you can see, it's all there. Is there like a line on my screen? Okay. 1 second. Let's fix that. 10 seconds. There's a line above my head. Ugh, there we go. All fixed. My bad. I should have checked that. Okay, yeah. So check it out. Look at how beautiful the landscape is from up here. And there's cargo down there. What? And you see down there, there's the pit. The main area where Levski is, you can actually see some of the small hangars down there. This is actually the main part of Levski here with the two elevators that go down 4 different levels. But really, if you think about it, that's all there is to Levski right now. There's just this small area here. None of this has any attached gameplay. So if I wanted to maybe walk around down here, zero gravity right here. There's no gravity on these areas or these areas. There's gravity here only on areas which are basically like part of a ship grid, but everything else, nothing there. So CIG, please, how about some maintenance missions? Let me, I don't know, change a couple of fuses on some of these oil extraction or whatever these are, liquid extractors or mining things so that the flame turns back on or whatever. Basically, these are like fuel burn-off valves. If that's the case, you know, that way we can like, shit, I don't know, do things in the verse. Okay, enough of that rant. Let's get back to work. Okay. Podcasting. Just 1 moment. I had to send a message. Okay, let's go. Off to Microtech with the mold samples. So, according to the lore, scientists are waiting to get a hold of these mold spores so that they can figure out some kind of a cure, some kind of a treatment for this crazy new disease that's affecting everybody in Levski, and part of this infection now is affecting people in other parts of the universe. Okay, so I think some of the problem with VoIP at the moment is the wobble is happening. Let's see, under VoIP, faceware, we need to either increase the threshold to maybe 3.5 or 5 degrees. Let's see if this changes anything. Okay, this changes the amount of the wobble so that if I don't move my head too much, this is just sort of a, there's a standard, there seems to be a standard universal wobble which is a little strange also. Usually it should stay still. But at the very least, now it's not so... It's not like this the whole time. CIG loves to litter the space with objects you can crash into. And if you've read the patch notes for 4.6, they've added like night vision for some ships but not others at this point. It's sort of a ship by ship basis, but the kind of the rationale for which ships they pick first is kind of strange. There's doesn't seem to be any particular order. You got a mixture of like old ships and new ships. And, you know, some of the ships now, like, have no sound design, but they do have lamp. Alright, let's go get this thing to the Nyx Gateway. Nyx Gateway should be somewhere near the opposite entrance. Where the hell is it? No markers. Fantastic. We're gonna need to... Hey, CIG, you know, I'd like to maybe not have to have my ship as the initial thing. If I'm opening F2, there's a damn good reason I'm opening the star map. I'm not trying to look at my ship. I'm trying to look at the stars. I'm trying to look at the universe. Stop zooming in on my ship by default. That really doesn't help me do anything. I have to zoom out all the time. I think maybe there's like a default zoom level, right? We can fix that. There's a Hull C just kind of flying right by. There we go, Stanton Gateway. Going.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yo, Watermelon Dad, how you doing? How you been? Long time no see. All right, it's gonna be a few moments till we get to the gateway. Let's go ahead and just take a walk around the ship. Let's take off our helmet real quick. Walk into the kitchen. What do we got here? We've got our little teddy bear, but I don't know how to put him back, so I'm just gonna leave him. We've got our coffee maker. I think we've... Oh, I guess 4.6 does not fix the problem with quantum travel breaking the camera tracking. Our coffee maker, which we can't seem to work with yet. There's our bunk. Suit lockers and stuff. We actually have less time. How you been, Watermelon Dad? You been playing a lot of Fortnite lately? Ah, we're here. Alright, let's get to work. We're at the Nyx Gateway. We'll just need to line this thing up for the jump gate. Alright, everybody. Prepare to go through the wormhole. There it is. Need to go through that thing. I just need to make sure I know where to line up exactly. Over there? Okay. Go right around that side. So we'll go about 300 meters per second. Next stand gateway should be like right here. It's kind of hidden in the dark areas at the moment. As long as we don't run into anything, we should be fine. That is a crazy looking wormhole if you consider it. You go in one side, you come out not really on the other where it's kind of showing, but you go like through a rip in space. We've got 8 boxes of Molina mold, whatever that is. It's a biohazard fungus, which we'll take for them to figure out how to find a cure in the stand system. Ah, the wormhole closed, so we'll have to reopen it. So as soon as we get there, we'll calibrate and punch the wormhole open. We're pretty close. There's where you line up. Let's increase to about 400 meters per second. You can see where the wormhole starts. Be there in about 30 seconds. All right, increasing to about 500 meters per second. Then we'll just kind of spin her around 90 degrees. Like so. We'll go like this. Turn it 90 degrees. We'll just point it right at the gate if we have to. As power management, we have... That could be a problem. We don't have radar turned on. Ah, alright, there we go. See, that makes a big difference. We can actually see. I'm gonna go ahead and slow it down. We're tuning to the gate. Tuning is complete. We're going to activate the jump point now. Alright, let's go through. We're coming at it a little low. Speeding towards the jump gate. What's up, Danny Vega? Danny Vega, big shout out to Danny Vega. Make sure you give Danny Vega a follow. He's been playing some Elite Dangerous lately, kind of showing us the Elite Dangerous universe. Oh, here we go. We're getting pulled in now. Holy moly. It's like driving an 18-wheeler through a freaking warp gate. All right, let's go. Let's lock in here. Let's not go through the wall. Nice and easy. We're a solo pilot taking 8 SCU of very dangerous mold samples to the stand system for those scientists on Microtech to study. See if they can find a cure for this spore outbreak that's happening in Levski. For that to happen, we need to get these samples safely to the other side of the universe, basically. Apparently there's no other CDC available except in Stand. Here we go. I think we might get there. We might get there successfully. We'll see. Holy smokes. The frame hitching is a good sign, actually. And let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. We're hitting the wall, we're hitting the wall. Oh, fuck. Come on, come on, come on. Don't crap out. Did we make it? I actually Yeah, we made it. Holy smokes, we just bounced off the wall. We're in the Microtech system. Oh, I'm sorry, we're in the stand system. I think we did good. Okay, we're where we're supposed to be. So, we have enough fuel to make it to Microtech, so let's go ahead and navigate to where we gotta be. Samples have to go to New Babbage, so following our prompts here, deliver the shipment 88 gigameters. Insufficient fuel. Okay. All right, that's fine. Let's just refuel over at. Where is? All right, no, that's the wormhole. Where is the actual jump gate station? Follow the little lines, right? It should be right over there. There it is. Nix Gateway, 69 kilometers away. Let's just bring it a little bit closer.
Quantum travel engaged.
Gotta top off the gas tank real quick. Danny Vega, how was the stream? Love seeing a little bit of Odyssey. I mean, slash Horizon. Well, no, it's Odyssey. The journey that you made reminded me of the Star Trek movie where Kirk is tasked with bringing an emissary of Vulcan to basically look for a very holy Vulcan artifact, which was located in a very far away star system. And really, it turned out that that was not the case. They went to a far off system only to find that it was a lie, that there was a being at the very end of the journey who just wanted the ship for himself, like to escape. But, you know, it really kind of took a mental toll on that Vulcan emissary, because he kind of built up his entire life believing that, you know, that being out there, or that thing out there, was like a holy entity, not knowing that it was just an alien looking to get off whatever rock he was stuck on. You're so far away, eh? Alright, there's a spot where we want to get gas. There's another ship on there, so we're gonna have to go on the other side. Oh no, that's not a ship, that was just the turrets. Switching SCM mode.
Shields up.
Turning on VTOL. Dropping landing gears. Actually, there, you know what? There is a ship there. We'll go on the other side then. All right. Slowing it down. Slowing it down. Dropping her at approximately slow kind speed. Lowering it. God, doing this at a 3/4 angle external view is a little tricky. Dropping it nice and slow, nice and slow. All right, good enough. Good enough to get gas.
Complete.
Let's go ahead and refuel. Top off the gas tanks.
Quantum fuel 100%.
Good. Okay. Now, back to work.
Launch complete.
Activating a quantum travel drive. Turning the ship around. Let's go find that destination there. Deliver shipment. Gotcha. 88 gigameters, although it's not giving me a marker. Let's pull out the star map again. Right? Invalid target. Boy, are we having this problem again? Oh boy. The more things change, the more things stay the same. And I think for most people who are new to Star Citizen, the reason it looks like there are, sometimes when you see us playing the game and it looks like there are no bugs, there are so many bugs. You just kind of know, regulars know how to get around the bugs, so it almost looks like there are no bugs. Hey. All right. Money is money, man. You got the money. 11 million. Oh no, yeah, 11 million credits. Is that in terms of what you want to probably purchase in Elite Dangerous? Does that feel like a lot of currency for what you want to do? Enjoying a little bit of Nescafe Espresso Gold Blonde for the today's stream. Let's step out of the chair real quick. Let's go. Let's take a look around. Find out what more we got around here. Now, there's a whole lot we still got to do. Keep up this ship. A ship this big requires a ton of maintenance. I'm going to go up to the top floor is where we have a lot of more of the engineering stuff. Now we head out to the back. Right here, though, we have some components. We got the jump drive here. Other components to the side. Shield and power generator. Mostly industrial size components. You know the deal. But in terms of how well they work, we'll need to go look at the one engineering panel way in the back. Now, don't mind these warnings here. The shield generators are disabled because of the fact that we're in quantum travel mode. Nav mode really is, that's what it does. So if we zoom in on our components, if you kind of look at the ship as a whole, let's see, which way is up exactly? Jeez. Ah, CIG. That'd be great if there was a way to like make this thing kind of coherent, I guess. Yeah, it's sort of like this. Little bit of damage up top. It's just the guns. They're not really damaged. They're just showing a little bit of wear. M5As. We could probably replace those with like rhinos. Might help a little bit in terms of defense. But other than that, we seem to have yeah, these aren't turned on because we're in nav mode. No wear and tear to really worry about. This is the correct orientation from top to bottom, because that's the elevator down there on the other side. So we're now looking at it from the rear of the ship. Looks like we're good. Scanner, radar, these systems aren't in the game yet physically, but these are placeholders for where they would be if the components were physicalized. So here are the fuses to connect basically the power systems together. We'll go ahead and close this panel. If I can, I'm staring right at it, CIG. There. Over here, what do we got? Oh, battery. Yeah, that's not physicalized yet either, although there's two other panels. The hell are they? Yeah, whatever goes here isn't physicalized yet. The raft does have 3 shields, and I think, as according to CIG, they've reverted it back to separate shield interfaces all work as one now, instead of being like in serial sequence. So if you've got 3 shield generators, they all work together as like one shield pool. Stowaway storage. Yeah, if you've got like contraband puppies or small humans that you got to get past past customs so that the stormtroopers don't get them, this is where you put them. It's better than an MSR in some ways. Hiding in plain sight. Yeah. Not only will you be able to hide them, but you won't be able to get to them either unless you know exactly where to look to make the prompt show up. Okay. Now, since we're in quantum travel, the tractor beam doesn't seem to work. Tractor beam doesn't function while you're in quantum travel, probably for obvious reasons, but this is where you would kind of operate the remote tractor beam interface. The tractor beam is located in the very, very rear of the ship, rear corner. It works, although, you know, to some extent, it's just better to use a hand tractor beam or like an Argo Atlas, which is kind of says something about the state of tractor beams in general. All right, here we are, Microtech.
Quantum travel complete.
We've arrived finally.
Quantum fuel 25%.
Wow, we just burned a lot of gas getting here. Okay, New Babbage is just right around the horizon. Just wait for our quantum engine to cool down. We'll line it up and prepare for the last part of our jump. Right about now. Or maybe more? Are we... Oh, 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. I want to do more missions around Microtech. Come on. Onboard tractor beam is best for loading and loading at external freight elevators. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Kind of true. You don't have to step out of your ship. I suppose if you don't want to get attacked, that's one way, right? But there are so many ways for people with bad intentions to screw that up. External freight elevators, people will just like block the freight elevator, I guess. Okay, here we are over New Babbage capital city. Ah, okay, gotcha. Oh, all right, that makes sense. That's really good to know. 15 kilometers away from the spaceport. We're almost home. Getting her nice and close. Maybe call for air traffic control to let us in. ATC, give me a spot. Where? Where we got it? Corner? Gotcha. In Pyro it's fine? Yeah. That's good to know. Totally forgot about that. But, you know, like half the time am I in a ship that has an external tractor beam, and I think I only have... Gosh, I don't know how many ships I have that have a built-in tractor beam. I think maybe this raft and
Shields on.
the raft and maybe the Nomad. Let's put her down. Nice and easy. Nice and easy, guys. Let's get her in. Let's get her in safely. Whoa, 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 whoa. Back it up, back it up. It's an extra large hangar. You should have no problem doing this from a reverse angle. Oh shit, wrong hangar. Oh, so off. There we go, I think. Bring her in, nice and easy. Ooh.
Great. Your vehicle should be all set.
Not exactly a cinematic landing at all, but it works. Okay, which way should we be facing? Okay, there's a freight elevator right there. Great. Bring it over.
Landing complete.
Looks good. Depth perception is a must. Depth perception and the ability to kind of drive a car while your brain is looking, your brain and eyes are facing your ship from the opposite side, being able to reverse your thinking. It screwed me up many times as someone who tries to film some of the things that I'm shooting, or I'm just shooting gameplay. I get left and right mixed up. Okay, here we go. Now, these 8 boxes just got to go through, so it should be pretty straightforward. Just throw them into the freight elevator. Oh, that's the limit of the range of my tractor beam. Molina mold. Imagine having an accident and popping one of these bad boys open by accident and... Oh! I've been fat that guy! There you go, CIG. There's a scenario for you. One of our shipments of Molina mold accidentally broke open during delivery and has caused an outbreak in... name a particular city. We need you to go in with mask on. If you don't, then of course you will be dead or something. Go in and clean up the mess. That's part of a new maintenance mission that would be great for medical gameplay. Imagine that, medical gameplay. Make it happen. Yeah, what kind of an error is that, Ferk? Alright, that should be 8 SCU. Let's go ahead and turn that in. Just backing up this, Oops, somebody dropped a wrench. Alright, complete the mission. 8 SCU. Here we go. Nice. Woo! Now that was an easy one, but that one took forever. Contract complete. Bing! You know, a lot of those little noises. Is that a good thing? Are they gonna say anything? No follow-up? I wonder if we went to the New Babbage Hospital, are they all freaking out right now? My guy's kind of hungry. Now that we're here, back at home, maybe it's time to grab a snack at the spaceport. Wow, I've got to go look at those, Danny. What the hell was that? There's an invisible object on the ground here. What the fuck is this? Hello? There's like, what the? There is an object here. That's like one TikTok challenge. Oh. What is this? There's an alien in my hangar. You know what's kind of weird though? I think it's moving because if I stand here, I think it's gonna just keep going backwards. This is what I look like. This is what most dogs look like when they're next to a tree. Okay, I'm that is just bizarro. Okay. This guy's gonna starve to death if he keeps checking out all the interesting things in the universe. It's time for him to go inside. Now, come on now. Oh, well, we're already here in the hangar. Boy, I think it's time. The invisible box challenge. Jump in a way that looks like you're stepping on an invisible box. Oh. God, is that kind of like what all them cool kids are doing? It makes it look like they're just dancing in midair.
Welcome to New Babbage, capital city of microtech, where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
That's some nice fancy World of Warcraft looking armor you got there. It looks like something out of a classic thrift store. Oh, check out the gun. The gun has a sticker on it. That's cool. Nice. This dude, it's got some more World of Warcraft looking armor. I swear to God, these guys are getting clothes that look like it's right out of. Wow, check that out.
Hi,
Hey there.
and welcome to New Babbage. All right, it was nice chatting with you. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your visit.
That's pretty crazy. He even had something that looked like
Welcome to New Babbage,
something out of
capital
one
city
of
of
the,
microtech,
one of the
where
expansions in
creative
Warcraft.
innovation meets innovative creativity.
And these guys here, they're like, you know, something escaped into the ventilation system. Now that would be kind of cool. He's so discombobulated about whatever's going on here. All right, maybe these guys have had some grilled steak or something. Kind of like the fact that here's an example of where they started adding more Kelto kiosks to help people bulk buy before they got onto their ship, which is actually a great idea. I like grilled steak. Let's try that. Oh, the way I'm buying them is going to go into local inventory, I think. Grilled steak on grilled steak bars? That's fantastic.
Why not rest? Hi, and welcome to New Babbage.
Am I able to drink while holding my helmet?
I hope you have a wonderful day.
Well, let's see. Well, water is always a good idea, I guess.
And entertainment. Be sure to visit New Babbage's renowned promenade.
Hello, and welcome to New Babbage.
So, whenever you grab something,
where creative innovation,
your character will basically put away their helmet on the waistband. So, if
Remember, your belongings belong
that's
to
where
you.
that goes.
Keep a careful watch on all personal items.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's drink.
Hi.
Cheers.
And welcome to New Babbage. Okay. It was great.
Microtech.
I hope you have a
The
wonderful
Empire's
day.
leader in cutting-edge technology.
Yeah.
Where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
It's a big change from the stuff you get in Pyro, that's for sure. They have... I mean, they don't filter any of the water. I'm not even sure if what I'm drinking over in Pyro is water to begin with.
Hello. And welcome to New
Alright, where's your
Babbage.
guys' trash?
Capital City. It was nice chatting with you. We hope you enjoyed the rest of your visit. Meets innovative creativity.
Can I put this down here?
You can always use your Mobi if you want some more details on what we have in stock.
Bar at the promenade. Only a quick ride on the metro loop.
Oh. Where's that steak? Is it in the local inventory? Hey, I've seen this.
Hey, what's up?
I've seen that cape outfit. It's like in every loot box outside. Alright. Grilled steak coming up.
Hello. And welcome to New Babbage.
Sustenance.
Capital city of microtech. Where
Mmm.
creative innovation
Yummy
meets
steak
innovative
bars.
creativity.
The Empire's leader in cutting-edge
Let's carry one. Let's check it out.
where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
Well,
Now it looks
thanks
like a
for-
Snickers, but it's
Hi,
not.
I hope you enjoy your time. Welcome to New Babbage.
Let's see.
Ready to upgrade. Located in the plaza.
Wow. Carnivore snacks. It's kind of it's low carb and just a whole lot of preservatives, I guess. Okay, that's not bad.
Welcome to New Babbage. It was great talking.
Tastes pretty good.
I hope you have a wonderful day. Where creative innovation.
Is there anything special you guys do?
And welcome to New Babbage.
Oh, ask about the planet. Oh, let's tell me a joke.
Here's a funny joke. What do you call a mobile wrist computational unit that is completely made out of helium? Moby gas.
Moby Gas.
Can I help you with anything else?
Sure. Can you tell me about the city?
Can I help you with anything else?
Yes. Tell me about the city.
Can I help you with anything else?
Okay, don't tell me about the city. Tell me about the planet.
With hundreds of companies creating some of the most groundbreaking technology and cutting-edge products, along with Microtech's industry-leading next-gen software and hardware production facilities, is it any wonder that our world was named Empire Today's Planet of the Future in 2947 and 2949?
I guess? What about this location?
Can I help you with anything else?
Yeah, whatever I told you to tell me about.
Microtech might be best known for our Moby Glass line of personal computers, but we do so much more. Our software solutions are used across the Empire to power everything, from high-end avionics to complex manufacturing systems. Our line of VI specs have made their way everywhere, from the surgical center to the fashion runways at Terra. And our revolutionary holoprojectors were recently showcased in the award-winning theatrical production of Life, Loves, Loss. At
Hey,
Microtech,
I like that
strive
movie.
to make each day better.
How about another joke?
I have a joke for you. Which standard Earth month has 28 days in it? All of them.
Ah.
Anything else?
All right, that's it. Thanks.
All right. It was nice chatting with you. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your visit.
Yeah, okay.
Hi.
Wow.
And welcome to New Babbage.
That was quite interesting.
Hello. and
Have you
welcome
heard
to
the
New
jokes
Babbage,
from that
capital city of
AI?
Microtech,
Man, it's kind of
where
crazy, huh?
innovation meets innovative creativity.
From all of the Microtech. Welcome
How many
to
Earth
New
days?
Babbage
how many how many months out of the year have the standard Earth days?
Welcome to the ASOP
All right,
vehicle
let's see what we can do
Please visit
to
us
help
again.
people out here.
Welcome to the
Small
ASOP
scale
vehicle
howling?
vehicle system.
Now this one takes a little while. That's the only problem. Now these guys want us to take mold from where we're at now to Microtech L5, which is not very far away. It only pays 40,000,
The Empire's leader in cutting-edge technology. Where creative
which is not
innovation
too
is
bad.
creativity.
Now let's take a look at our journal, because this actually tracks how well we're progressing through this mission, the missions. So transportation,
Guided travel.
we're here.
Why not rest at the Nest's newly renovated accommodation?
Collections, we're probably not going to do very well, because this involves looking for items that they don't already provide. So you're going to need to come up with your own,
Hi,
for example,
and welcome to New Babbage.
medical supplies.
Remember, your belongings
And
belong
that-
to you.
That's pretty crazy.
Careful watch on all personal items.
Defense is kind of tough because the AI pilots are quite, I'd say, skillful compared to
Be sure
to most.
explore all New Babbage has to offer. Whether it's the latest in technology or
We'll give you an example of that. We'll try to go into something that can do
a
dogfighting.
lot going on today.
I'm not sure how well we're gonna do here. Let's try defense.
Hello, and welcome to New Babbage. Capital
Supply
city of
The
thief?
latest updates on ship
Where creative
availability and gate
innovation
assignments
meets
Resource
innovative
raiders.
conveniently located terminals.
Head there with any support ships, neutralize and report vital supplies are lost. Now, this could be tough.
To the ASOP
It depends on the kind of ship you're bringing with you. Anything over like the 13K,
Be sure to visit
and welcome to New
13K
Babbage.
mission,
New
you
Babbage.
may need to have
Capital
at
city
least
of
2 people.
Microtech.
So
Where
on the
creative
very,
innovation
very low
meets
end,
innovative creativity.
here we're supposed to attack this
looking for a good
scumbag named Doppelbickham, who's been attacking ships and stealing their supplies. He's at an asteroid base. Go in there and see if we can neutralize him. Well, we'll do that, but I can tell you that these guys don't travel by themselves.
Remember, your belongings belong to you.
So we'll go into our ship that's combat focused. Maybe let's see if we can maybe customize the ship for combat, our style combat. Hello? Let's go. Extra hangar. All right. When I said casual, it is kind of casual, but a little bit of combat is needed to keep things spicy. Ashburn, hey, thank you so much. We need to hydrate. Thank you so much. Let's drink up. What I've got here is some, like I said before, Nescafe Gold Espresso. Yo, what is this going on with the camera? I heard the hydrate. Didn't hear the sound. Kind of strange. But I appreciate that, Ashburn. Let's call up a combat ship. Now, I've heard that the Gladius has been updated with lamp. Let's see. Gladius? Bring it down. Thank you so much, Ashburn. Oat Sevens to you. Hope stream is going good. It's going pretty good so far. We're actually now multi-streaming again. We stopped for a while because it was kind of breaking, but now we're in a kind of a different setup. We have Atom multi-stream running, so we are doing Twitch and YouTube both at horizontal at the moment because right now TikTok is a little weird. We can't get to our stream key at the moment. And I don't know why that is. I think that maybe there's like a proprietary deal with Streamlabs so that they don't need a stream key to do TikTok. But that's okay. So right now it's just horizontal streaming at the moment. So let's try the Gladius. Gladius is with Aegis. Hello?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Did I just say Gladius? Didn't it? Yes? What is even happening?
Please visit us. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval
Aegis.
System.
Aegis Gladius. Thank you. Request delivery. Thank you. Okay, there it is.
Please visit us again.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Thank you for redeeming the hydrate. Always remember to hydrate. I'm gonna need to... Oh. Oh. I like this color. Now, the Gladius has night vision now, which is cool. Let's see if we can kind of replace some of the things we got. So this is grade C civilian at the moment. We can switch it with grade A industrial. But remember, whenever you replace components, that also puts an extra strain on other things like maybe power plant, for example. So right now this comes with grade C military. Now you can keep that, or we can go with grade C military versus grade A industrial. Let's try. Grade C military. We'll keep. Now all stop versus grade C military versus grade A industrial. Or grade A civilian. Let's try grade A industrial. Now vehicle weapons, this is where it depends on your fighting style. So let's look at the nose. So right now you've got Omniskyes. Which is what exactly? Size 3? We can go with attritions. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go with attritions. On the nose is a size 3, so we can go with another attrition. We can go triple attritions, I guess. Okay, let's do that. Triple attritions. You've got some upgraded components. Let's see how well this thing fights.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Now, I haven't done a lot of customization on ships, so I think it really depends on how you like to fight. If you're a good shot, maybe you go with something like an Omnisky, but I'm not a very good shot. I need repeaters. Some people are into like shotguns because a lot of engagements end up at close range, so you probably just want to blast them with something really heavy. Others, they want to just disable the ships so they can salvage them, for example, for the parts and for the materials, so they'll use like EMP type weaponry. Kind of really depends what you have available and how much storage you have. If you're going to be doing something like salvaging, it might be something you need to do with a friend, because if you've got a ship that fights really good, that usually is balanced out by the inability to actually pick up the component, pick up any salvage. But if you're solo, yeah, and if, like I said, if you're solo, you'll need a ship that could probably either both fight and salvage at the same time, which is, I'm not sure what you would use. Or you travel with a buddy who's a dedicated salvaging ship while you handle all the DPS, basically. Alright, let's go check out the customized Gladius we just kind of set up. See how well it fights. Now, the Gladius is one of the apparently classic ships for Star Citizen. It's a legacy fighter from back in the days. I can't say. I'm not sure about exact lore, but yeah, this is not considered a modern Star Citizen fighter. As you can see, we customized it so it's using attritions on all hard points. So it's going to have kind of a slower fire rate. You got weapon rack here. Any other areas to fix? Storage access. Now that's nice. Nice. You can actually put things in here. How about taking my coffee mug? That's good. I mean, it'd be nice to get an area to actually put like a tiny box. Oh, fuel take intake. All right, I'm glad they're making these ships more physicalized in terms of components. Fuel intake in the rear, which is kind of crazy, right next to the thrusters. What do we got on this side? They've got components, so quantum drive is here. Does that mean that they're... Oh. Diagnostics. What the fuck is this? Huh. That's new. Diagnostics port. Does that mean you get to plug in sort of an engineering console? Jeez, that's a big missile. Anything else? Can we fix components like shields and engines? Of course, there's a ladder. I'm assuming that any other fixes to the ship are going to need to happen during EVA, like... Although, you know, you would think that everything that needs to be fixed can be done from underneath. We'll find out when we get outside. All right, let's go. Let's see what this baby can do. What's this? This is the ladder. What's this? Oh, radar. No? No? Radar access. Oh, okay. I get it. Radar and avionics down here. Okay. Well, if that's the case, is there shield access and stuff? More doors than I remember. No? I guess that's all right. Okay, it's neat. Okay. We're here to fight. Lock in, folks. All right, give me flight ready. Okay, we can see where changing out components has some consequences to how well your ship will run. So, the minimum you need to run your coolers is the big brick. So if I was to take away one, your coolers will still run because that's all you need to run your coolers. Now what I would do here is I would max out my shields. I'd add the last pip to guns. That should give us a 75. And that's all we need at this moment. We're running triple attritions. So it's slower repeaters. And we don't have a lot of room to actually actually fix things, but we have a diagnostic screen down here, so that'll help us make any repairs if we need it. All right, let's go. Opening the hangar. Let's get ready for some combat. Nice. Late afternoon. Oh, it's actually late morning. Late morning over New Babbage. The sun is just kind of risen over the horizon. Actually, early morning. Kind of early morning here. Go ahead and switch over to nav flight mode. It'd be nice to get some contrails on the wings. Contrails. Or leading edge air trails. Coming over these mountaintops. Let's see if there's any physical effects on the mountains. Usually, and I don't know if they've taken a lot of this out, but during high weather or like harsher weather conditions, you'll see like a lot of fog and whatnot just rolling over the surface. A little bit of, I can see a lot of graphic kind of glitches here. I don't know if that has anything to do with the DLSS 4.5 type overrides. All right, let's get an atmosphere. Prep for combat. Okay, nice. All right, let's just get to a orbital marker here, and then we'll go around the other side of this planet. Nav mode, we can dedicate a little bit of power to the engines, ensuring we still have power to radar. I think this is fine. I'd like to be able to get rid of it on guns because we don't need that. I want CIG to kind of think about that. Like, if we don't get to use guns in nav mode, then why is there still power dedicated to those components? Why can't we just turn it off? Because if you were to shut off power to the guns in this mode, it'll shut off power for it in SCM also. Alright, we're almost clear where we're not obstructed by the orbital marker over this horizon. A couple more moments to clear the horizon. We're decoupled right now, so we're just kind of drifting upwards towards space. Okay, there we go. What the hell? What was that? Why did we were on the wrong... I was on the wrong side. I don't know how I messed that up. Okay, we'll go back. 91 million meters. Okay, asteroid base. Little ways away. last known location for the target, 35 kilometers away. We're gonna head in. We're gonna go in cruising pretty quick. We're here to eliminate a target, not protect anybody, so we can roll in fast and just start shooting. Stay away from the main massive asteroid so we don't run into anything. Again, we don't want to be fighting in the middle of like a whole bunch of rocks. We want to avoid hitting anything. Keep scanning for targets. As soon as we get anything, we'll switch to SCM mode. Ships above. Alright. We're getting the order. Getting the order to neutralize targets. There we go, there we go. Firing now. Say no to jousting. Come on, let's go. Hey, Drawl. Oh boy, here we go, here we go. Okay, it's 2v1. Let's go. We got this, we got this, we got this. Oh no, this is our guy right here. He's in a Nomad. Our slow firing attrition should make short work of this guy. At least we'll be able to disable him enough. Although, you know, the projectile speed is a little low. Oh, I think we he's down. How's he down? He's still shooting. This guy is not going down without a fight. Hey, Legendary. Legendary Slowpoke. Alright, let's put him in a little bit more work on this guy. Come on. Let's see what you got. We got a kill. We got a kill. There's one more guy to go. Or is there two more? Oh, shields are down. Let's move out of here really quick. Let's see if we can let our shields recharge. Going for a missile kill. Son of a bitch. Contact. We got a hit. We got a hit. Missile. Shields run fire. Going for the other guy. He's in a Hornet of some sort. Maybe it's 1 versus 3? Freight elevator's not working, Drawl? Oh. You know, it's the bane of the developer's existence, those freight elevators. What are freight elevators? They're literally flat objects that go up and down. They're in a fixed space. They don't go anywhere. But they are the most complicated technology we've got to date, apparently. More complicated than server meshing, it seems. It's difficult to get them right. Who knew? Alright, we can take this guy. This Hornet. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh no, you're not getting away that easily. Shit. Boom. Did we get them all? That was the other. That was a secondary target. We got this. We got this. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Drawl. Oh, elevator, most mysterious creatures of the Vorse. Yes, they are boss level type things. What is that question exactly? Why nav weapons have pips? Oh, you know what? That makes a lot of sense too. Why do nav weapons? You get pips, you get energy pips, right? But you never get to shoot them, so why even have them? Are the elevators for the Vandal Smugglers event working? Yeah, that... Again, we're talking about, like, technology that... I think CIG is going to need to bring in a team of contractors to figure out maybe what they could do is hire people who work on elevators in real life so they can tell them how elevators work so that they know, oh, yeah, they go up and down. They have buttons that take you from floor to floor. And an elevator that goes up and down have buttons that hold, you know, that they have platforms that hold things and bring them down. And once they get to the bottom, everything on is taken off. Are they working in 4.6? They better be working in 4.6. You know why? Because this thing is supposed to go live this Thursday or so, Thursday or Friday. And everybody will be doing everything possible to load those elevators. In fact, well, I mean, it is this, we're talking about the Vandal event, which is going to be, I suppose, a little bit difficult to test because you have to be in that mission range in terms of like your rep. It's sort of like a mission rep thing. If you've completed the tiers
express elevator to hell. Going down.
Thanks, Legendary Slowpoke. Appreciate that follow. Yeah, if you've been playing the game enough to get to unlock the Vandal missions, then you'll be able to deal with the freight elevators. Now, that makes it a little bit more difficult to test on PTU because people have to actually unlock it, which means a whole lot of people in PTU are going to need to either group up together in order to play those missions. It's not something that general ETF can or any of the PTU waves can test because they aren't playing that. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna need another year, I'd say, not year of stability. Oh, interesting. What these other kinds of asteroids, you can actually shoot them. They look like they're actually getting shot. I love how the dust kind of breaks off on these things. Okay, let's take this home and let's, oh shit, I almost just like blew my own wings off. Again, Legendary Slowpoke, thanks for the follow, and I appreciate that and the question. I wish I could answer that. Something that I think would need to happen during org combat, because until they introduce a mission path for people who aren't teamed up with 20 other people, it's hard to get to a point where those players can unlock those missions and do even a smaller scale version of that. And I think that's something that needs to be done in general. Can we do this? Collect package from a wreck site near Microtech. Can we do that? I don't think we can do that from this type of ship. Every measure of the, like, for example, the missions we have now, you're either going to be solo or you're going to have like a whole bunch of people help you. But I think the storylines that CIG creates needs to have a parallel path for every type of player. And I think maybe the solution, if they're not going to do tiered parallel paths of missions, is to get these social tools out the door so people can basically do LFG, like classic MMO LFG type requests. And when I mean LFG in the MMO world, that's basically looking for group. So you can put out a request, like you can actually open up a panel on your UI, for example, and the missions or the contract screen will have LFGs where you'll have people saying, hey, I've opened up an LFG for 5 people, 6 people to help me do this mission. And then you could fill up slots and it'll automatically party you guys up so that you guys can rendezvous and run, you know, you can run the mission together. Whereas right now you're just like trying to get on global chat or whatever, Discord, and no one knows where anybody's at. You don't know where you have a group of friends, whatever. Basically to group up, to help pair people up into informal ad hoc contract groups so that you can play together, which we don't have right now. We have this, I'm looking at the UI right now and I'm thinking this has gotta be still so much of a placeholder for the real thing. When are we going to start seeing more of like the 1.0 looking UI? it's got to happen this year. All right, let's bring her home. Let's switch out ships. We're going to do some more, as we said, the casual citizen helping with medical aid. And please, CIG, I open my star map. Can I go to the star map? I don't care about my ship. I care about the universe. Interesting. Asteroids. Okay. Take me back to Babbage. There. Route me. I agree. Wouldn't it be a nice thing if released social inventory and crafting at the same time? Yeah, well, let's be try to be realistic based on past experience with CIG's development cycle, which is Ferg is the one who taught me this BB. Ferg taught me that if you type in BB, that's basically the shortcut to type in new Babbage, and it works perfectly. What doesn't work perfectly, well, you know what, maybe under game settings, isn't there a setting for what is the minimum zoom level, star map zoom speed? What about minimum zoom level for the star map? Good grief, there should almost be like a thing for search settings. Targeting max zoom level. My gosh. There's only like a zoom speed. I just want to be, I thought there was like a level of how far the star map zooms in. Initiated. Betty? Unfortunately not, Ferk. We're here to help the good people of Levski. By doing so, we need to ship some supplies back and forth in the overall effort. Kind of surprising is that there are no FPS type missions this time around. This time around we weren't able to test night vision. Well, we can now. It'll be impossible to see, but yes, there's a night vision mode in the Gladius. Oh, can you imagine if there was a forward operating base for it, but it was a hospital? The goofy thing about most of the missions in the game are like everything you find is centered around something being abandoned, something destroyed, derelict. Nothing in the game is about an established presence of a location. Everything we're going to has either been blown up or left abandoned. Like, what's wrong with having a place in the game where people actually are working currently? And those would be like hostile, you know, forward operating bases, maybe. I just wish, you know, we get more of those where people are actually on the ground and moving around. I think it's possibly like CIG basically having to mask the fact that the AI gets derpy sometimes, and you can't just show them. You can't show people the derp. Therefore, to hide that, to hide the fact that there's derp in the game, you basically have to have places that are abandoned. Okay, so we want to carry a little bit more cargo for this type of mission. I don't want to do something huge.
Welcome to the
So we want something medium-sized. We could do the Titan, but that only holds 6, maybe, SCU? So, gosh. I'd say maybe a Nomad. A Raft has SCU type stuff, but we're talking about like packages. Maybe a Nomad. We have a C1, which is, that's a placeholder, I believe. How in the hell do I have 2 placeholders? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, we'll use a Spirit, because the Spirit can hold a lot of stuff.
You'll please visit us again. Goodbye.
Let's see what we can do to make the Spirit a nice place to fly. Crusader. We should use Crusader livery, right? Because it's Crusader.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Rude. Let's go.
Your vehicle, please visit us again. Goodbye.
Yes. We should be able to do most of the things in this ship. It's a cargo ship. I think it comes with its own tractor beam. Unclear. Sometimes I think this hangar is too big for its own good. It takes forever for everything to happen, doesn't it? Okay, here we go. Bring up that... Bring on that Spirit. Legendary Slowpoke, sorry about Mr. Question. What's the favorite ship that I own? That's, I'd say that's changed over time. I think it would, if CIG put some effort into modernizing it back to match the standards of today, I'd say I want to go back to my Valkyrie. My Valk used to be like my daily driver, but they haven't updated the doors. It has non-physicalized components. So I'd love to make the Valk my favorite ship again that I would just bring everywhere. How about you, Slowpoke? What do you like to take around? I mean, yep, the good old days in the Valk. In fact, we have a little something for you guys that showcases the good old Valkyrie. And here we go. god, this is so old. This is probably like 3 point something. 3.2 maybe? 3.2, 3.3? Unas, what's up? Thank you so much, Unas.
Everybody out. We're heading to the compound on that hill. All right. Everybody out. Everybody out.
Let's bring it back for Unas. Oh, yes. Oh, I missed that. Let's go, Unas. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate for resubbing with that Prime sub. Remember, Prime sub is something you can do for free once every month. But appreciate that. It's a good guy. Unas, you've been here. Ah! What's happening? Unas, you've been a follower forever. How have you been? How are things down in your neck of the woods? Oh yes, such classic streams. Yes. We're going back to another Crusader ship that has, once again, one way to get in, one way to get out. Another Crusader banger of a ship that has only one door. But whatever we have to carry, we should be able to do it. Thank you so much again, Unas, for that resub with Prime. Hello? Bring it back here. Okay, now, in terms of missions, contracts, let's say the casual citizen wants to help out with a little bit of something that isn't really requiring us to like beat up anybody, because this ship is not all about fighting. We'll have to skip a lot of that stuff. Vital aid. Collect from a wreck site near Microtech. Somehow I feel like this is going to require fighting. Let's actually go to the cockpit and see what this ship can do. Remember, this is a cargo ship. This is not a fighter. Can this thing defend itself? Exit, flight ready. It's got 4 guns. They have very low pips. Where's the... Is there... There's only 2 MFDs? God, man. How do you guys do anything in a Crusader ship? Okay, let... M5As. Wow, okay. Slow firing. Let's look at the energy setup. Oof. Wow. Okay. 1 cooler. What the frick? Okay. It doesn't have a... Well, the minimum is 1 pip, really. We'll set it up for power to shields. We'll drop power to engines. We'll give more to guns. Maybe this will be able to hold its own against some ships? The goal in the comments in that CIG YouTube about the exploration. Yeah, exploration meant like fighting a eradicated Valakar, and I'm like, what kind of exploration we talking about here? You want us to go into a planet to go find a gigantic space worm that shoots like radiation at people I just want to find a place to hang my head and, you know, stroll off into the sunset, buddy. Okay. Well, hell. We can try. Let's go. Contracts. As Frick and I have said also, it's not the plane, it's the pilot. No, we do a little bit better than carrying 6 boxes to... Let's try something a little bit more ambitious. Here we go. No? That's Stilevsky. Eesh. Medical supplies from New Babbage International. That's still small scale. Let's see if we can up the... Okay, Microtech to emergency shelter. Let's go. Good God, we could be signing our death certificate here. Yeah, Ferric, when I heard those comments and I was like, good God, are we playing the same game, guys? Are you telling me that from now on, exploration is going to consist of us, like, basically going into dark dungeons, and fighting monsters, and that's exploration, and that's our space exploration? When did I start playing? I started playing probably near the end of 2016. Around 2 point something. This is like when there was just Port Olisar and there were a bunch of these placeholder missions, and really that's when Star Citizen was basically a tech demo.
Quantum travel engaged.
Here we go. Oh, you've been around since 2023. Okay, hold on.
Shields on.
I bet you there's gonna be a bad guy here. How is it seeing where it came from? Oh, okay, well, yeah. So the difference between 2 point something and 3 and 4 point something is actually quite a bit. What was 2023? I know 2023 is when we heard more about like 1.0 at CitizenCon, because I was there in LA for that CitizenCon, and a whole lot was revealed about the direction of the game, and that's when they actually introduced. You joined the Versa 318? Yeah, you joined at the time when the game actually broke, which is crazy. 318 was when they introduced long-term persistence. So that's actually crazy. There's nobody here to fight. When long-term persistence was introduced, that's when we're like, oh wow, you can actually leave something, and once you get out and you log back in, you'll actually be able to find the object again, which was kind of new. Before that, you could leave a bottle out in the ground, and then when you log out and you log back in, the bottle's gone. So they didn't have, there was no persistence. So people were just literally like, you know, they were holding on to everything because, or just not caring about like the state of anything that they were buying or modifying, because it would just reset. And so once the bugs were ironed out, because 318 just basically broke the game until they could get it stabilized, long-term persistence, once that happened, people started kind of being careful about what they brought in, what they threw away, people actually started using the trash because it became pretty clear. Oh, fuck. Helmet, helmet. Oh. Now this is new. Okay. I found it. Exploration gameplay requirements. Helmet. I need that. Thanks, Danny Vega. I should have something like that. Wow, you know what I like about this? There's a hell of a lot of dirt, dust, and debris in this area. Ah, here we go. Plus, in the years leading up to even 3.0, when I had started, when that was essentially the tech demo of Star Citizen, you know, there was one station, there was an asteroid belt, there was a couple of missions to interact and fight and mess around with some interactions around that asteroid belt and around, I think there were 2 or 3 stations in the verse. Stations, remember? They're like, we're talking about small stations. Not even anything like we have now. There was just that. There were no planets. There was Crusader, but it was just a big non-interactive ball that you could never do anything with. There was the sun, which you couldn't get close to. And that was it. See, that's why that was basically the tech demo. Port Olisar was a station that had 4 different ground, well, it had 4 different wings. Very similar to Seraphim Station now. Seraphim Station is basically modeled after the classic Port Olisar, but you woke up on Port Olisar all the time. All the time. So when you log off the game, you wake up at Port Olisar, no matter what. You were about 10 seconds from where you could call a ship. There was no elevator, just some staircases. God, I wonder if I even have gameplay footage from back then.
Quantum travel complete.
Korea? You'd love to see. God, I could actually here. If we go to my, I can show you some photos that I did take back then. If I go to albums, there isn't. We're talking about 2 point something. So 2 point something. My earliest photos were 2.4 alpha. God, I took 55 pictures. God, I was like going crazy. So there was Port Olisar. You know what's insane? I took these in 4K because you could actually run the game in 4K back then on cheap hardware. This is a Constellation. And this is one of the wings taking off, going around Crusader, which really was nothing. It was just a big placeholder ball back then. There was the Snub Fighter, which didn't do anything because it wasn't there yet. It was just a placeholder. The cargo bay worked. You're flying around. You had like one guy, one face. Everybody looked the same because there was no character customizer. You know, back then they did. I think they had the landing assist, which was kind of crazy. I think I have video of that. That's Port Olisar. So you had 4 wings. You notice up in the corner, A, B, C, and D. And where you would wake up in one of those, and they had 4 banks of kiosks each. And you know, you would just tell all your friends, go meet us an A wing, everybody meet up at A or Bravo or whatever. Go to, you know, you just have to go find your friends. So you just have to kind of jump across if you were in a different one to go meet your friends. This is like one of the hangars. The hangars were kind of crazy too. The hangars were nice, but the hangars back then were only available in a different mode. So to look at your ships, yeah, Revel and York. To look at your ships, you had to go into a different mode of the game. So you could actually walk around and just pull them up sort of side by side, but where nobody can really bother you. I'm actually surprised. There were a lot of things in 2.6. Looking at, like, for example, Constellation. I guess they were trying to introduce some complicated concepts like elevators. You had a lift. You had 2 elevators on this ship. This had like upper and lower physicalized moving turrets. You could like point to a spot on the floor on the hangar and say, I want to spawn this ship or a different ship, and they would just appear. They had a Gladius. The Gladius looked about the same, actually. Again, Port Olisar. Oh, interesting. Was it always that bright in the hangar? It depends. There were like 4 different kinds of hangars, and there was like an industrial one. It was kind of dark. It looks kind of cool still, though. Hangar expansion, yeah. Here, the Avenger Titan. The original Avenger Titan was a lot smaller. The first ship that I pledged was a Mustang Alpha. But, like, within a week, I upgraded it to a Titan. The Penguin was small and like a chunky, a lot smaller than before, than it is now. Across my see, there's a Cutlass Black, I think. Well, actually, there was only like 1 Cutlass back then. I had fish swimming around. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the original Titan, Avenger Titan, had a ballistic Gatling, and it sounded really great. And, you know, of course, we had the use prompt, which was the prompt that everybody saw. It was only one prompt. It was use. Airlocks. Tiger Strike. Dang, Ferk, you know everything. Oh, yes, there's the original Origin 315. Look at how awesome the ships looked back then. Like, they were really detailed. 315p. Oh, that was it for 2.6? Okay, I had 2.6 and then, oh no, it's not even, it wasn't even 2.6, that was 2.41. And then I had 2.5. German said that that named basically translated to Tiger on a Strike. There's the original Mustang. So the Mustang was so buggy. And I got sick of how buggy it was. That's actually what made me upgrade in the first place, was because the only way you could get into the ship back then for the Mustang was you had to crawl underneath, and there was a door on the bottom of the ship that was, and you had to either crouch or crawl or something, and then there's a door underneath. You crawled through the door up a ladder, and then you ended up in this weird little tube that you had to turn around, and there's the cockpit going this way, and you turn around the other way, and there's a different room back there. I mean, it was cool. It was really tiny. Yeah, there's the door to the bottom of the ship. You had to crawl into there, and then you had to turn around and then go to the cockpit from there. It was sort of illogically proportioned in a way. It looked like a great little sports car. But they were like designed in a way where it didn't make any damn sense. The Hobbins hole. God, how do you know this stuff? And there's the little Argo MPUV. Yeah, it looks pretty badass, but it's literally doesn't make any damn sense. Alright, hold on a second. Let me just make sure I'm gonna be in the game for a quick second while I try to figure out where I'm supposed to go and just start flying in that direction. And then I'll continue on the tour of the good old days. Okay, there's no way I'll be able to do this. 1 second. I need to find a way to travel. Let's just go to F2 and drop this off an emergency shelter. Oh, it's on... Come on, CIG, give me a spot to... Port Wayne. God, there's no way to, like, zoom in, zoom out, dude. Okay, that's how we can do it, I guess? Fine. We'll go to the planet. We'll just point at things manually. How's that?
Shields off.
That'll work. The game has come a long way. That is correct, Ferk. So, looking back, a lot of people who've come
Quantum
recently...
travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
They don't remember the struggles we've had. like... Oh my gosh. I'm carrying sniper rifle on one side and an assault rifle on the other side. Here's the Mustang Alpha again in the hangar. Oh wow, those are... I don't know how we got to test all these ships. I think people either... I don't know if people just left them to try out. I'm not really sure. Gladiator. Me approaching a constellation. The ships look... The Gladiator looked really cool back then. So detailed. Alright, let me... Quantum travel there. Let's see.
Quantum travel engaged.
I'm pretty sure I didn't like even... Hopefully I didn't spend any money on this. God, that would be crazy. Arena Commander. There's a Vanguard. The backdrops were so crazy sick. This is like 2016, 2017. The Vanguard, it was also kind of strange and illogical in the sense that it was so bulky and huge, yet it had the smallest ramp, and it still does have the smallest ramp. But the fact that just the fact that you can play this game in 4K on garbage hardware was amazing. Vanguard in the hangar module. Oh, Super Hornet. Also, so how did I even get to test to put these things? Oh, you know what? I think it was you could rent them with AUE with what is called the REC currency. Wow, M50 racing vehicle. Port Olisar. There's the UI. The fighting. Yo, Burke, look at your. What kind of a origin ship do you have? All right, where is my drop off? I need to turn my ship around real quick. Okay, I gotta go there. All right, let's just lock my throttle real quick. Boom. All right. Okay, yeah. So 350R. It looks so badass. Look at how it used to look. Look at this armor. This armor doesn't exist in the game anymore. Dude, it was so huge. And we used to have the triangle power system. Yeah, oh well, my god. Holy crap. Retaliator. This is our original concept. These are how the ships used to look like. They were all sort of modernized, I guess. And also what happened was prior to, I'd say 3 point something, like 3.5 4, let's say 3.4, maybe a little bit past that, CIG had to go in on almost every asset and basically down sample everything to lower the poly count on almost every object, because looking back at how detailed everything was back then, everything was so high res, everything was so detailed. I think the game was about to like basically break itself from the amount of stuff and how detailed every object was. That's why when I was shooting everything in 4K and I was like, man, everything looks so good, everything looks so crisp, it was just not going to scale. Let's say they did actually break this game out. This is prior to 3.0, when they built the actual bones of the universe. Once 3.0 rolled out, they realized that, oh my god, everything is just too high res, so they had to go in and change everything to make them simplified. But everything prior to 3 point something, you'll notice how detailed all the objects are. It's 20. Yeah, I think it was like 20 to 45. This is the original bomber. The bomber was crazy because, you know, it was glitchy because you could accidentally glitch into space, but it was cool because there were different decks on the ship. You know, it had bathrooms. Is this me throwing up in the toilet bowl? You had a bomber bay with bombs that I don't think they actually dropped. I'm not really sure if they did or not. But yeah, everything was like, wow, dude, there's a lot of space in these ships. Which is crazy now because they made them bigger, because I think the goal was, in order to have NPCs go through a ship, they needed to change the scale of ships and corridors so that NPCs could properly walk through them. And they had to change some of these ships so that people could actually, yeah, the NPCs could navigate. 315R. Oh, okay, yeah, so this is the interior of the 300 series. So it was kind of weird because it was a big ship, but when you got inside, you had to crouch. So it didn't kind of make sense. Gladius there. Amazing. Oh, the original the original R-Corp Area 18. You couldn't, this was, they didn't even have Area 18. This was, what the hell was this? Ferk, this was like in a different menu. This was like a separate, I think you had to load a virtual reality module, pseudo virtual reality module in the game, which put you in Area 18, a version of Area 18 which was very small, and it was simulated, and it looked like this. But this was not real. I mean, you walk in, you can only walk like half a block in any direction, and all the stuff here, they had like ships flying around in the sky and these buildings you could see, but you couldn't actually go anywhere. Yeah, it looked so amazing. I mean, I've got to have videos somewhere. I'll have to dig around my hard drives. And yeah, there was this station here. Ferk, I bet you Ferk knows the name of this, but there was a maintenance station that was a separate station where you could go in, you could repair your ship. You just landed, you push a button, and then these drones would fly out and they would just kind of hover around your ship and look like little lightning bolts messing with your ship, and it would repair damage. Cryastro. Yeah, the company is still in the game. Exactly. Alright, let me just get closer to this concept here. And I just don't want to crash into the ground. Let me just slow down. The Argo MPUV. This one was just cargo. The Argo cargo hasn't really changed that much. One person driving. It just carries... Actually, no, this is not the MPV. This is the one that holds people. You could transport, like, a few passengers in the back, but this was so utilitarian. Like, would you like to bring your friends in basically as in a cargo box? A Saber stealth fighter. Wow. The Penguin. More of Area 18. I tried to go everywhere, but I thought, oh, okay, maybe there's more to this. It really isn't. But it is cool to walk around and take pictures from, though. And the inside of Port Olisar. The greatest thing about all the hangars back then is that the Port Olisar had so many windows. Unlike anything in the game today, there are windows everywhere. You could like watch people take off, watch people land. It felt like a real airport. EVA, okay. I don't know what happened here. The first glitches. Nothing worked. Oh wow, Grimhex. So Grimhex was in the game in 2.6 or whatever this is. I had no idea. How do you even get there? I mean, you couldn't wake up there, but you could fly to it, I guess. Yeah, use. And the reflections on people's helmets were like mad crazy. Okay, so yeah, I was just taking lots of weird pictures of nothing back then. Just cause I could. I was like, wow, there's so much stuff in this cool game, you know, back then. And yeah, and I found a couple of friends to fly with. And there's chat, global chat back in the corner. Misk Starfarer, the most confusing ship of all time. Is this the Starfarer? Oh yeah, you could see crew beds. I go, wow, this is such a huge ship. And it was just weird because everything was just huge, and then, you know, you were just like, okay, it's huge, you get to take a look around, looks really nice, but then there was no gameplay at that point. You could just look at it in the hangar and go, wow, there's so many areas to get lost on, because also the Starfarer was not even designed as like a ship, it was designed as an FPS map. Most confusing ship in the world. Alright, get me on the ground real quick. Let's just land this guy. Get into the shelter. And we'll take a look at some more as we relive the glory days. Is there night vision? That's amazing. Ship that does actual cargo has no night vision. Slowing down.
Shields on.
We're close. We're under 10 kilometers. We're gonna just bring it in nice and easy. We'll land, throw the box in, pick up any groceries while we're there, and then we'll go do some more hunting through history. Lights on. No radar contacts. Emergency shelter in Stanton has no landing pad. CIG, that's another thing. If you're gonna build something in Stanton to fix it up a little bit, even areas around Pyro now that they've kind of modernized a little bit of infrastructure around there, they included some flat areas to land. Like, how are you supposed to resupply certain areas in the game if there's nowhere to park? I get the rough and tumble thing, but realistically, how the hell was anybody supposed to resupply you? Holy smokes. Just pack it right here, right here. Put it right down. There you go.
Landing. Engines off.
No, sorry. Unfortunately, Slowpoke, there's no lamp on this particular ship. Yeah, I didn't realize back then that, you know, the stuff I was shooting was something to be like, oh my god, there's actually a record of how it was back in the day, you know? But there's more. And once you see what happened, like, at that time, CIG did up to, what, 2.6 always remember, close your ship. Just like in real life. Lock your doors. Around 2.6.3, I think it was, CIG just stopped talking. They didn't put out almost any communications, and it was like early in the year, that year, it was 2017, I think. They didn't say nothing. No, they just stopped communicating. And then at that point, I think they basically were working on 3.0.0. That basically changed everything. They were working on the bones of the real game. So I think they just tore out the entire universe. They were starting from a completely new code base. Whereas 2. Whatever was just literally a demo. 3.0 was going to be the real game. And so they had to like change out the plumbing on everything. Start on a brand new slate. Also notice this, guys, when you turn in missions, you no longer can pick up the boxes anymore. You can't use them. This kind of sucks because we used to take these. Once you turn in the mission, you would just take these and then like store them and use them as props for whatever. And while we're here, let's do some grocery shopping. Loot. Multi-tool, some drinks. I don't need any of this stuff. Perk, I heard like fruit though is fruit can be Ozas. I think they have some nutritional property, right? Anything else while I'm here? We can temporarily fix our hunger by just laying down in their medical beds. Healthcare. Okay, good. Crafting and base building. Oh my god. So, what do we got? Returning to history. Whoops. Oh, was that the end of this album? What is this? 2.6? 2.5? This bad boy is huge, I said. Albums. Man, if I could find the video stuff, holy smokes. Okay, so that was 2.5, and then... Oh, okay, then I started taking pictures in 4K, because I don't know, I figured out how to do it. Not that you're going to be able to see any of this in 4K, but... So, I figured out eventually, like, oh, you could... I think I had like an AMD GPU that I finally figured out how to use like FSR to like up the scale of like the games. And I was like, wow, I can take 4K pictures. And you know, the whole thing is that the game, there wasn't much to scale up to 4K. So it was pretty easy to run it in 4K. So, yeah, there was just still more Port All-Star, but okay, then there was like the Reliant series, holy smokes. And everything was like, wow, this ship is so cool, it's like Star Wars. And like, all the textures were so detailed. Trust me, if you go look at a Reliant now, it doesn't. You won't see half this detail anymore. This is all like all the little lines and screws. They're not. They don't exist. Ah, the Opoa Cartual. Wow. Lion does look nice. Yeah. 300 series. Starfare, yeah, let me try to see if there was any, oh, there were so many rivets in these ships. 2.6, then I think after that was 2.6. Oh, no, then it got 2.6. I don't really know what they changed between those patches back then, but then I started going into stuff going in 4K, and then it was like, yo, everything is gonna look, it started looking really cool. But like I said, this ArcCorp wasn't like real. This was just a little area that they built out for us so we could walk around. It was just amazing, like, wow, this could, someday it's gonna look exactly like this. And, you know, it doesn't quite look like this now, but this is supposed to be what Area 18 was meant to look like. Oh yeah, the 85X back then. Saber, Hornet, Gladius, Saber Raven. What the hell was this? Cutlass. Oh my god. Cutlass kind of looked very bare back then. I'm trying to see if there was more Area 18. So that was 2.6. Back then I was going by points in terms of like point changes. And that's when I was like, hey, you know what? I love taking pictures in this game. So we just started doing more portraits, but, you know, of course, when there was something to shoot, there wasn't anything really there. But it was just kind of neat, kind of role-playing. And back at Area 18, you know, we started, like, looking very closely at everything, and I don't know if you guys recognize this, but when you first signed into the game, creating an account, CIG had used this picture on their website that I took to introduce you to download the launcher. So this used to be the picture that was on their site after a while. I didn't know that until Ferk, when you told me that you had an alt, and I'm like, you know, maybe I should get an alt. And so when I went to go register an account for an alt, I saw this picture at the very end of the registration process, and it's like, go download the launcher, and I'm like, hey, I took that picture. Would you say, in my opinion, that they are updating a lot more frequently than back then? Yes, they are updating a lot more frequently. I think the cadence now is like almost like once a month they're updating something, like somewhere around like 3 point something, they try to establish like a quarterly system, and they would just like put their heads down, not really tell you much about what they're building back then, but they would kind of give you a roadmap, which was a better roadmap, I think, than now, but it wasn't very, it was exciting, but it wasn't very realistic, because they would project what they were working on, and you would just have to trust them. And then, like, later on, you'd find out that, well, we couldn't build this and build that, and then you would get what you would get. Now, it's like they're very upfront about what they're trying to work on, but it's stuff that you can already see that they're doing. So it isn't really a roadmap in the sense that it's not really forward-looking. It's more like, here's more about what we got in PTU, and it's kind of going, but this is what we're going to try and get at the end of the month. But, you know, you don't really know what they've got lined up 3 months from now or 6 months from now. They don't really talk about it that way anymore. But holy crap, look at the reflections. Don't you wish ArcCorp, maybe if they said they were going to come back to ArcCorp and redo the planet, maybe it'll end up looking something like this. This was a joy to be in back in the day. Look at the reflections on the helmets. Look at the armor. Look how detailed everything was back then. And yeah, it was like I was shooting this in 4K, and I was like, wow, the game is gonna be so amazing when it comes out. 2.6.3. Yeah, I mean, I didn't take that many photos, and you know, I was just like screwing around. Wow, I should have used this as my example. Like, look at how different the textures were on the guns, the armor, everything. There was a lot of detail on the weapons even back then. And the NPCs would make these faces too. They would just randomly make faces, so I would just capture when they made faces. Oh wow. Okay, so what I wanted to sort of get at was that when they rolled around to this is a P4, it looks a lot more like the new P4. Yeah, so now they're kind of bringing it, they're sort of bringing it back to that level of detail, just maybe less poly. Absolutely not really even the same level of reflections though. I mean, look at how look at the Odyssey helmet here, and look at the undersuit. Look at how much different the undersuits and even the magazines look back then. It's like, what is going on with the level of detail? All right, bring that back. Look at the, okay, look at the Moby glass. This is what the Moby glass on your wrist used to look like. Look at the med pens. The med pens were steel, and they had an actual, wow, they had exposed needles. That's some crazy level of detail back then. There was so much shiny stuff going on back then. Plus, you could actually see inside the helmet, their actual displays. Like right here in the corner, you can see the UI on the helmet reflection. Yeah, thanks, Slowpoke. Yeah, this is what the game used to look like prior to 3.0. And let me tell you what my specs were back then. I was running the game on an AMD Radeon RX 480. I think this was like a Ryzen 7 1700X. The original Generation 1 Ryzen had a 8 gig GPU RX 480. Yeah, the reflections on the helmet, you could see the entire city. That's how crazy the detail was back then. I think they just had to turn it. I guess they turned everything down once they got to 3.0 or whatever. All right, so what I was saying is once they hit 3.0, I think I can go to there now. 2.6, 2.6.3. In the meantime, there was like nothing for almost a year, and then they came back and says 3.0 is coming out. I think that's when I first got my Evocati invitation. So I started here. It's like I just played Warframe for a little bit. I tried their photo mode. I didn't know what I was doing. 3.0 came out. Holy smoke! Everything was changed. Everything was different. Then we had the very first planetary objects, right? So 10 years of Evocati, God. So we were still able to shoot in 4K. Then we had the first planets, right? Except there weren't planets yet. I think when 3.0 came out, they didn't have any planets yet, but they had moons, right? So the first thing that came out was Yella, Daymar, Selen, and there's one more, I think. Or was that the 3 moons? Crusader was just still a ball, and Hurston wasn't even in it. That was supposed to be the first planet. So all we gotta do is fly around these 3 moons, and there were a couple of missions, but we're like, holy smokes, you can finally land on something. Planetary landings. So we're like, oh shit, everything is amazing. So we just started flying around everywhere and just landing on anything. There's an Aurora. Oh my god, they had the Nox already? Or was this the I can't remember what the hell this thing is called again. Oh my gosh, but yeah. Look at the detail of everything back then. So it was weird. The lighting was very surreal. I couldn't explain it. The Nox, yeah. So the lighting was very surreal, as if it was coming from a... Well, there was that, but I felt like the moonlight was coming from like a single light bulb source. But all the dirt and grime and dust was very detailed back then. Oh, okay, so they had... Nyx was in the system, so Levski was actually in the game. So we had Port Olisar, we had the 3 moons, I think, and we had Levski, which was like out in the distance in Stanton, temporarily. But we're like, oh wow! Now check out the Aurora back then. The Aurora back then, in 3.0.0, looks like the gold standard Aurora now. Lots of detail. Constellation was badass. Now, I don't know how I got to get so much air on this rover here. But yeah, this is Daymar. And yeah, there was dirt. Oh my god, Dragonfly. So much crazy detail. Holy crap, the Cutlass Black. In 4K. Look at the thrusters. These crashed wrecks. Oh shit. Now, notice this. All I'm wearing is an undersuit with I guess this is the what is this armor called? Ferk knows. It's the one that you can only get in Pyro now. I think this is a scale weave undersuit, but look at how much detail there is in there. This is the wreck of a Starfarer, I believe, and look at how detailed the wrecks are. It's the stuff I've been trying to get recently for our dirty look, but now you can only find it in Pyro. Oh, did I finally hit that level where I can get the... I finally spent too much on the game at this point. Custodian. Microid, yes. Oh wow, look at the detail on the custodian. So everything was great. Everything looked really beautiful. But this is when the frames started to drop a bit, because now CIG was building the real universe, the real bones of the game. They had to expand to a 64-bit coordinate grid for the universe, and I don't think they upped the level of players in the game, the amount of players in the game, but they had to put multiple planetary bodies. So now you have entity count, which exploded. And I think they start realizing, man, the only way to cut down is to maybe like start cutting back on the amount of textures or the poly count on everything. Damage was so high res that it was just unbelievable how everything looked. Look at what a blasted up Avenger looks like. So you can see the damage in the back of the ship. It looks like it got melted by a laser. The logo got messed up. So this is what a banged up Avenger used to look like. We didn't have clouds either. Golly. Oh, this is the crashed Javelin, I think. Oh, there's the P4. Dust up armor. Microid battle arms. Original P4. They didn't have attachments back then. I look like a golf gun. Yeah, well, look at the executive, the arc light. Man, all the textures on the armor. Yeah, so eventually Slowpoke, they basically downsized everything, and I mean that led to them being able to adjust how many players were in the game. I think after like a while they tried upping the number of people who could play in the game. Up to like a couple, like 45, I think. And that's where, like, in 3.4, 3.5, that's when I started having a lot more pictures with a lot more people, because they upped the player count. People started playing together in big groups. That's when player stability was getting a little weird. There was no server meshing at that point. No server meshing at that point, so we still had 45 players in one server. Everything was running off one server. In 2023, that's when you came in, I think. That's when in CitizenCon they announced, okay, we had the first working demo of server meshing, which was amazing because they had like one laptop or something. They demoed it on. They were like, okay, here is me, and I'm shooting objects in a different room, which is on a different server, and then they were showing how it's all meshed together. This is the Reddit post that compared the P4 new model. Oh, yeah, exactly. For that's let me see if I can pull that one up. So they talk about, here's the old model and the new model. Old model, new model. To me, it's actually kind of subtle, but you can see it looks a lot more. They basically polished it off with stand gun sander, I guess. It looks a lot smoother, but you can tell it's still very simplified. The amount of ridges, I could just say, the poly looks a lot simplified, right? Because when I had put down, I think somewhere down here, I had said, well, here's what it looks like in 3.0. There's just a lot more edges. There's a lot more geometry, basically. Yeah, how do I get out of this? Go back? Escape? Is there did I tab out? Oh my god, how do I do this? All right, let's get back to work. Where are we? So a lot of history ever since 2023 in terms of where the game is headed from here. There and on that roadmap they talk about at CitizenCon, they went into a whole lot of PowerPoint detail. Like, well, this is what we want for 1.0. They started actually nailing down concrete plans of what the MMO is supposed to be, which is really kind of what we need, something we really needed to see. Because until you have like defined goals for a major release, we're just gonna keep randomly picking features and just hoping to keep upping the version number, right? Well, how are you going to convince people that they can jump into the game if they don't know what a 1.0 looks like? And that's kind of where they went also and said, by the way, here's the conditions for 1.0. It includes having 5 star systems. We're going to launch with 5 star systems. That's the realistic plan for 1.0, which was good because they said, okay, we're gonna set conditions for how we're gonna build this thing, and you'll know where we're at, so that you could see that a 1.0 is coming by the amount of star systems we're gonna be making. And to hit that, there are certain conditions for the 1.0, which is the 5-star systems. They're going to have the crafting. They might have the bones for base building, but they want to have the rep systems with the guilds, etc., etc. No, Levski. I don't want to go that far. But how are we going to pick up some things that were abandoned? Let's try that. There's a wreck somewhere here. Let's see if we can help him out. Look.
Quantum travel engaged.
I gotta say, I did enjoy the game back when we had 45 people and there was a lot of desync. The game was running on one server. The more stuff that was blowing up on the screen, the slower the game got. But it was still a lot of fun. Oh. Now if I could find some of... Oh shit. We're about to get attacked right when we came out of the bat. We've got a Gladius that's coming at us at 100-something meters per second. We have another hostile off the side. This guy's coming into range. We're just gonna have to fight. Shit. 6 kilometers in closing. We've got a Reliant series also. Oh, it's 3 versus 1. Fantastic. In a cargo ship, no deaths. Okay, let's see what you guys got. Oh, shit. That was, did these guys forget to turn their shields on? We'll go after the Drake. Maybe that's one good thing about not going with repeaters. Buccaneer is gonna go first. He supposedly doesn't have a lot of armor.
Attack on shields.
Come on. I'm just here to pick up some band-aids, right? Getting closer. Out of range for effective hits. Moving in. He is moving quick. Come on. We'll keep that Reliant from locking in on us. But this guy keeps getting out of range. He moves quick. Shields are holding. Just put enough red dots on this guy. Boom.
These bastards ain't messing around.
2 down. All right, we'll go for the Reliant. Today is a good day to die. All right, shields are holding. He wants to joust, we'll joust. I'll play that game. Shields are holding. His shields are down. I'm gonna put some hurt on this guy. Alright. Let's close the distance. Come on. Now, we're going in for the kill. There we go. Is that just me? There's like weak sound effects at this point. CIG, could we like bring in the guys who did Battlestar Galactica and, you know, get some sound design in here? I feel like I'm playing Stardew Valley or something, you know, it's...
Attack on shields. Target destroyed.
Oh. Yeah, let me tell you about what drew me into the game. That is actually a great question because I want to say it's a great story, but I know exactly what brought me into the game. It wasn't because I saw it wasn't because I saw anything about the Kickstarter. It's totally different. Yeah, let me just park my ship here. And I'll tell you all about it. Lock. Steering. Double check where I am. Move it forward. Move it up. We'll be right here. Okay. Let's talk about how I got interested in Star Citizen in the first place. Maybe I can find it here on the browser. So, how did we get involved with Star Citizen in the first place? Is because there was GameWallpapers.com, and it was, I mean, it's actually a cool site because they have like basically wallpapers from games. And around 2016, I guess, I didn't even know that Star Citizen, didn't know anything about it. But I kept seeing like I kept seeing something. I wasn't even looking up Star Citizen. It was just like I would scroll and I would see these photos, but it wasn't any of these. It was the original photos of the game. Where would they start? They were concept photos. Wasn't any of those because those didn't exist back then. Shit, these are nice. They were all basically marketing ones. Let's see, maybe on page 3, the original pictures. Maybe this is it. There was the Carrack. Is there more? It wasn't these. It were the pictures from that showed the Hull Sea, actually. because the whole scene doesn't look anything like it. Oh my god, did they maybe they took him out. But I know exactly the photos they are. Oh yeah, it were these. This is it. This is how I got into Star Citizen, because I saw this wallpaper and this wallpaper, and I was like, what the hell is this game? You know, what is this game? What the hell is this game? You know, and I didn't know that this was like, these are just concepts. That's the Hull C. Notice how you get into the ship, you actually had a staircase going in from the bottom. So, I was just, it got me curious. I don't know what other old ones there are. Yeah, by the way, they were in 4K, so when I got the 4K photo, I thought the game was going to look this good. And I don't know what other pictures I may have seen back then, but they were basically old photos. Yeah, it was the concepts. Maybe I had seen this. I think this is the Banu Merchantman, maybe. That was around back then. Maybe it was the Carrack. By the way, you know, as you know, the Carrack does not look anything like this now. Neither does the Rover. Yeah, this thing looks kind of cool in the concept, but didn't turn out anything like that. Interesting, the size of the cargo bay and the ramp make you feel like you can actually fit the type of anvil vehicles they have now. Not like now you can anymore. But yeah, that's what got me in the game. Was completely different motivation. How about you? What got you into the game? And Slowpoke, and having you come in at 2023, there must have been something. Maybe did you see like a video on YouTube? Did you maybe see something on Twitch? You had a friend suggest it to you? Alright, here we go. Boxes up here. Well, it'd be nice as if there was any other box also in this area that I could use. PC Gamer. So was it like basically an article that was like trash talking the game, and then you said, huh, I gotta find out for myself. It's weird. Stanton deliveries are based upon Rex, and Pyro deliveries are usually based on boxes that are sitting on a shelf. Oh, okay, must have been like an early article then. What year did you get into the game, Ferk?
Shields off.
ArcCorp mining area? Gotcha. Alright, we're here. Oh, you're waiting for Starfield to come out. You wanted an open world space game. 2023. Oh, that makes me curious. Like, when did I got Starfield also. I think it tells you when you got a game, right, on Steam. So you stumble upon this and you played it. It was very laggy when you played it, so you put it down. You played Starfield. It was garbage. You look back into Star Citizen, you've been looking for an MMO, you stuck with it ever since. Yeah, well, it's kind of, yeah, it's Star Citizen is one of those games where it does have that MMO feel, and it you know, it satisfies a particular itch in people. But you have to have patience with it. And like I said, when you figure out the workarounds for some of the glitches, that's when you kind of start enjoying the game, in a sense. Well, it tells me when I last played the game, but I think if I scroll the way down, there should be something that tells me when I actually got it. Right? There should be something like an activity thing. It doesn't quite tell me when I got the game. Because it would say like, oh, you've got an achievement, right? For this particular this and that. View my achievements. Oh, okay, well this is close. My achievements started like October of 2023. That's when it says build an outpost, home sweet home. And I reached level 10 like October 1st, 2023. You gonna look up too? Yeah, I mean, Star Citizen is what we all, I mean, Starfield is like, also we thought that Starfield was gonna do like at least some of the things that we thought that Star Citizen already does. Like, for most of the people who played Star Citizen already, Starfield was sort of, a lot of people were saying it was going to be a lot of what Star Citizen is. Turned out it was like almost not even half of that. Not even close. Yeah, I mean, it has like some storytelling elements that, of course, Bethesda is known for, but it turned out to be basically, yeah, your typical Bethesda game in which there's story, there's interactions with characters, but in between that, there's like a little bit of this and that, which resembles space travel, but it's not exploration really. Like these little mini games, I guess. You want to go and you find the planet, and then you just like hold down a button and then be like, okay, you find out this has gas and copper and whatever, and then that's exploration. But then, you know, the thing that really killed me about Starfield was realizing that when you go down to a moon, for example, and you want to go get the actual compound, it procedurally generates the area. It's in a square grid, like, oh, this is that tile. It's like a tile, a physical tile on the surface of a planet, and then that's as big as it gets. And everything that you encounter was procedurally generated. And I was like, that's nuts. That's not exploration. That means that every tile is not really there. It's like calculated before you show up. And then it's different, and it's like, it's not really physically contiguous with the next tile next with it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's like the fault of either marketing or whatever. I mean, it could be the same people that, it could be the people that tried to pitch Cyberpunk before Cyberpunk was ready. Or even No Man's Sky. Maybe they hired the same group of people to like market the game, you know? They're like, they're not even gonna tell you what the game is about, so they just made up stuff. I don't know if, I feel like the devs were just like, oh my god, you're gonna ruin everything if you tell them this and that. And sure enough, people found out, like, yo, this game is nothing like that. The game is more or less a kind of a limited RPG with a little bit of like mini games around, like running into characters and saying hello, you know? Fallout 76, is that what you mean? 76 flop? Starfield flop? Bethesda went downhill. Yeah, and I actually played a lot of Starfield. About, hell, how many hours? It says here, I put in, I put in like 86 hours, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you know, Ferk knows that I will kill myself playing some of these games. I'll play a lot of it all at once. And so what happened was all I did in the game, I spent all of my time building basically a drug factory on a couple of moons. And I used those drug factories to basically hoard XP and to level myself up so that I could play the game, I guess. So I just figured out what it took to like make factories and chain together storage, and then I used those to like build these tools, I guess. I forget what they were called. And then after that, the crafting aspect of it is what helped me level up my guy so that I could like unlock certain talents, I guess.
Shields on.
Oh shit, hold on. Let's land this thing. I have my fingers in the wrong keys. Like most newbies, I play this game with mouse and keyboard. So if it looks weird, it's because I'm using newbie controls in a sense. 6 hours later. Oh my gosh, I wish I could. I don't know if I have pictures or anything about like what my base. I tried to get those things where you like build something in this one area and it's supposed to automatically ship them to another area. I could not get that to work. The game was bugged or buggy. I could not get resources from one camp, like gas, to make its way to another base so that I could refuel my ships that send resources out. When you see it happening in front of you, like something comes in and lands, it looks cool, but I couldn't get the automation working, like cross between different encampments that you build. So I was kind of disappointed with that. And I had this weird bug also where, you know how you rescue survivors? Which is something CIG, you really need to do shit like that in Star Citizen. When you rescued survivors, they would get on your ship, they'd be like, "Oh my god, thank you so much. Could you please drop me off somewhere?" I'm like, "Okay, cool." And then I'd take them to the planet or whatever that they want me to take them, and they wouldn't get off my ship. Now I have these guys that are freaking stuck on my ship, and all they do every time I log in the game, they're just standing around me like, "Hey man, can you drop me off please? Oh my god, I miss my family, blah blah blah." I'm just like, I don't know where you came from. Can you tell me where you want me to go? And there's no way that I know of right now at this point how to get them off my ship. I've heard many things like you literally need to kill them. You should murder them and then just move the bodies somewhere off the ship so that you can stop complaining. This is... oh god. Yeah, and Star Citizen, we're just like, we want NPCs to stay on our ship, so we literally kidnap them to get them on, and then they have a way of like dying, which is weird. Alright, I like food. I will take food. The Starfield total Star Wars conversion. So, Ferk, how does that look? I don't know what mods I've got on my game right now. Most of the mods I have in Starfield are really just to like optimize the UI so I could look literally at my inventory and understand like the stats and what things I can throw away, because there's so much random shit in Starfield. You're just like, God, what can I throw away? Oh my God, I want to put all of it in a box and just throw it out my ship somehow. Because I thought you had to keep everything. I thought that people really wanted, like, you know, maybe they were crafting mats. Yeah. Slowpoke, I am hyped for a new inventory system. I'm very worried about what it's gonna be until we get in, you know, we get to see it, or at least get to hear more about it. Like, I wish CIG had sort of a white paper about what they feel like the system should do, because I think as part of that open development, CIG should at least talk about their ideas of what the inventory could be and get a little bit of player feedback. Not that they necessarily need to listen to everything we say, but, you know, kind of the whole deal with, like, running it through Evocati and then people get pissed off at it is because they went into a particular direction that maybe makes no sense, and they have to dial it all back. So maybe give us an idea of what features to expect about, you know, the reason we're doing this is because we want it to do this, or the reason we're doing inventory in this because our analytics show that people are doing too much of this, for example. Help us understand. Ooh, Baylor Microtech Edition. PAB 1 Executive? Nice. Nice. Yeah, they can implement certain elements system from the players based on what we, you know, I think they will find a little bit of wisdom up on people who either are going to be doing a lot of crafting or who pick up so many things, and especially in the middle of combat, you'll notice people start to throw things away or swap things based on how quickly they can perform the actions. The reason I'm laying down here is because my character needs some hydration at this point. Good. Alright, we got some cool loot in that backpack which we can probably use. I hope at some point we will see NPCs in these outposts. It's a shame to have all that stuff and nobody here to use it. Also, how did these guys get here? I am a proponent of maybe having I won't say a backstory to all these guys, but if you put NPCs on this moon, like, I want to see them have a daily routine. I think that's the whole quote subsumption thing they talk about. We have the one guy here who's always standing behind his desk. He's not gonna help you. Doesn't do anything. Oh yeah, by the way, Slowpoke. God, I know you don't remember this because you joined in 2023, but back then, these guys actually used to do something. These dudes that stood behind desks, they actually had behaviors. In fact, they were part of, like, the mission system. Deliveries in Port All-Star, you would actually get a box, for example, and these were the guys you gave them to. So you would walk a box over here, and you would, like, there would be a button here to place it, like, right in front of him. So you drop it off like right here, and then the guy would be like, oh, thanks. And then he would actually reach out with his hands and he would grab the box and he would like put it underneath the desk. And he's like, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And then you would complete the mission. Or like if there was a mission, you had to come to him and he would go underneath his desk and be like, oh, hold on a second. Because there'd be different ones. And he would like grab a box from underneath the desk, he would put it in front of you, be like, all right, here, take this to where it needs to go. And then you pick up the box and you take it with you to your ship. That shit was like amazing. It's like, why don't they do that anymore? And so now they just kind of downgraded it, so these guys just stand here doing nothing. And it's kind of sad. I don't know. Ooh, look at this bucket hat. Take that. Alright, give me those candy bars. Let me throw those into the chest piece. So, I mean, I don't know. I hope at some point CIG is going to come back to these NPCs and, you know, make them do stuff that you would expect. Okay, I got way too many candy bars and drinks. Yeah, you can't even ask him for anything anymore. He's just like... He even used to talk back and he'd be like, okay, we're done here. Scale weave driftwood, nice. These are nice pieces of loot. Unfortunately, carry it. This is PTU, it's not going to go anywhere. I guess I'll just bring this with me. Maybe with dynamic server meshing, the holy grail. Yes, we're probably waiting for yet another holy grail technology that will change the game so much they will actually fix something that we've been begging them for. Because now, it kind of feels like we have all of the things already to make this game the way it's supposed to be, and yet there's always these things missing that we're like, okay, when are you going to go back and fix some of this tech that seems so simple? For example, bartenders. Like the living, breathing game, you would think that certain basic behaviors that they've had in the game since the first version, they could fix. And you're like, okay, well, you have all the things you need now. Why is it that you can't seem to get it right? Are we waiting to hire 100 more developers in the AI team or whatever? All right, where's that? There's a personal storage button here somewhere. Is it this? No, it's at the bed, I think. There's a personal storage button. Ah, there it is. Oh, look at the fuses and everything. Get this crap out of my... Oh my god, yeah, this inventory system gotta go. What's the main component to the engine that eliminate all of bugs above the bed? Oh yeah, oh yeah, there you go, thanks. What's the main thing that they need? And I think, yeah, like Ferk had said it, it's dynamic server meshing will allow them to scale particular areas based on the demand on the system. So if you've got 500 people in one area, you know, they'll be able to just basically dedicate more resources to that one area. Because right now with fixed server meshing, static server meshing, they have a set amount of servers per area to serve that. But if you put 100 people in that one zone, like in Levski, it only has, like currently right now, the load is going to be split that way, and it'll eventually just slow down. And right now, let's say CIG without dynamic server meshing, they're going to be like, well, if we want to have this main event, like the Daymar Rally, guess what? There's going to be 500 people in one spot. They're going to be all on Daymar. Instead of like having one server, because Daymar is probably located in an area that has one server right now. Instead of having one server try to simulate 500 players and all the physics, they could put like 4 servers, like based on the CPU load or whatever, they could spread it out among a particular area around Daymar based on automation and simulate the physics in that one spot. And then the rest of the system in the universe where there's nobody will probably have one server or 0, or it'll spin down. I don't know. That way, the game appropriately upscales the amount of processing power to the areas that need it and downscales where it's not needed. So probably to save server costs, but most importantly, it's just to give performance to areas that do need it. So that's kind of one of the missing tools that CIG needs at this point. And after that, I don't know what else CIG needs. They definitely need some people to work on their freaking AI. Maybe that's what the dynamic server meshing will help with, is like, hell, they need a service that can, I don't want to say universally manage all the NPCs. I have no idea how they do it right now, but I feel like, you know, at certain points, the NPCs just kind of give up. They stop doing anything or stop responding. And that's evident because I'll go in testing and I'll go visit people's bartenders. And on the station, it's like, it's hit or miss. Sometimes the bartenders work, sometimes they don't. And I'm like, what is it that screws them up so much that they stop actually performing, right? Why do the NPCs just sort of stop, you know? Yeah, CIG has already talked about how they had 2 different approaches they were going to take to server meshing. And I don't know if this part is true, but I think that certain devs have said, like, we don't want to waste time with static server meshing when we should just spend our time trying to hit dynamic meshing, because that's where we should be at. And then they had kind of mentioned, like, okay, well, if we want to get this game to where we want to be and show people we know what we're doing and what we've got that's cool, we'll give them tier 1 server meshing, which is static. Like, it literally will do what it's doing now. That way people get a flavor of what the game's going to be like. So we can get 700, 800 people in there right now. They get to play the game. They get to feel like, oh, cool, this game is going to be big someday. Or they said, you know, or if we just kind of delay it for a little while longer, maybe a few more months or maybe a year, let's get dynamic server meshing so that we can show people what this game should be. When Jared said, yeah, we can get like, Jared like laughed, but he was like, get thousands of people in here, you know, thousands, millions or whatever. And then it's like, yeah, you could, but it would take a while longer. And I don't think management wanted to wait to see when is that going to happen. I'm sure they have like a very limited prototype of that available, but it's probably not able to scale. It's not scalable at this point. I don't know what they're going to do to try and stabilize the game enough to introduce that. But that is definitely one of the other, that's like one of the missing god tier technologies. And I don't know, you think 2026 is that year? You think we're there now? No way, there's no way we can handle any of those. Can we do 40,000? 1 SCU cargo. Okay, easy one. New Babbage, Microtech L3. This is going to be a good year for sure. I hope so, and I think you are right.
Shields on.
I think you're. I mean, You're absolutely right. I'm not gonna try and be all doom and gloom about it. This is kind of a year for CIG to like make a lot of things happen. Because they have promised and they have not changed any of their messaging around Squadron 42. They had many chances to say, well, I guess we're not going to hit that deadline. They have not changed any communications or even changed their language about it. So it is probably they're probably really dialing it in to try and hit third, fourth quarter delivery. You know, I think I have some kind of reminder somewhere on Reddit saying, remind me on December 31st, 2026. They've got till December 31st to release this game. Oh my god. Squadron 42 in VR? I don't know. I don't know if that's even... I don't even know if that's going to work. Because there's so much narrative camera view work there. I don't know. Maybe. But Slowpoke, is it all there now? I feel like the groundwork for what they need to do to build everything, it should be all here now. But what they would also have to do to make a lot of the game, to build out the rest of the game systems, they would have to go and redo like half the ship, all the ships. Look at how much placeholder stuff there is. They would have to go back and change all the worlds they've built so far to bring them up to support the gameplay that is sort of that they want to bring online. For example, look at how they had to kind of retrofit every single ship in the game to fit engineering. Like, they had to go back to every single ship in the catalog just to put in a freaking fire extinguisher, right? Shit, I know, I think I probably just missed this fire extinguisher, but yeah, simply, like, every ship now has a fire extinguisher, I think, except for the small ships. They had fire extinguishers before they even had physicalized engine components, so now CIG's got to go back in and literally go back to all the designs that were placeholders and go, okay, we need to make them real. So power plants, okay, they've got to like redo it, make them physicalize, put in fuses, put in actual components, put in doors, and you know, where are the things that don't exist yet? Batteries, for example. This is the big example. Batteries are a thing that they wanted to do. Oh, this is the power supply. Well, there's supposed to be batteries somewhere. Batteries are supposed to be buffers for your ship when you run out of functionality in one area because you diverted power, I think. Plus, gravity generators. Hello? That doesn't exist yet. Life support, these are systems that don't exist physicalized yet. These have to be built. Radar relays, interchangeable radar relays. Oh, an engineering terminal. Avionics, we saw a preview of that, but we don't really have a way to buy those yet. Every ship has to be redone. I mean, also think about the fact that every big ship or medium-sized ship, they have suit lockers. These don't do anything yet. We have a weapons rack, they kind of do things. We have bathrooms that don't really do anything. Sometimes we have mirrors that work and some don't. Showers, which are supposed to have a reason for existing, and toilet bowls. I mean, Chris Roberts told us, they said we're gonna have potty tech, I guess, that you need to take a shower in order to have a good reputation with vendors. If you stink or are dirty or not dressed a certain way, they will not want to do business with you, or you get discounts if you're dressed right and you smell good. I don't know. They talked about this publicly. And so it's like, we're gonna hold them to what they promised? We're talking about Sims / Inzoi level of simulation. Plus, who is the developer now? Who is the guy? The whole Star Sim / Quanta. We had talked about Quanta, and that's something that was so hyped. Even people who didn't play Star Citizen, they were really excited about the whole possibility of simulating the entire universe based on background running simulations of activity between NPCs, picking up cargo, dropping it off at a different planet, and then coming back, and it helps with actual supply and demand, using the whole, okay, 10% of the world is run by players, but the other 90% is run by NPC traffic, you know? So if they're going to do all that and make it come true, boy, what else do they need? I feel like if it isn't dynamic server meshing, it's definitely got to be like that's whatever they want to call it now. They made a new name for it. I think it's Star Sim, which is supposed to run the universe in terms of the economy and how things are moved. Hell, if Quanta is supposed to become a real physicalized thing, not just background simulations, you need to have NPCs who can drive ships and come down to a planet and land somewhere. And I don't know how they expect to move the cargo. Do they automatically go into freight elevators? Do they physically have to get out of their ship and tractor beam them in? Or what? Like, how is that gonna work? That is probably some of the god tier tech that we just have no idea. And probably there's some guy with a headache now who's like, fuck, damn it, Chris, why did you have to promise all that shit? Now we have to build it now. It's yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's not 1.0. Maybe 1.0 is gonna be a lot less than that. Maybe 1.0 is not gonna have Star Sim or whatever it is you want to call it. All right, there's my hangar. I kind of want to know now. I want to know, like, did in that presentation, Ferk, do you remember when they had discussed 1.0? Did they say anything about like the universe simulation itself, like the economy? I know they had mentioned I don't know if they said like at 1.0 or like around 1.0, like we're gonna launch, were they gonna have all the guild systems and everything, that like the mercantile guilds, the outlaw guilds, and the shadowy law enforcement stuff, you know, was that all gonna be by 1.0 or like post 1.0? By the way, Slowpoke, did they when you joined, or when you had kind of played in 2023, were you around for CitizenCon? Did you know about CitizenCon, and like, did you know what they had talked about during CitizenCon on 2023? Wait, why am I here? Oh, hey, I'm supposed to come here and pick up. I'm kind of dumb. I don't even remember why I came to New Babbage. I forgot the mission is to pick up mold. We have a few boxes of mold that we have to pick up from here. Shit, I forgot the big mission. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Pick it up from here. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna just pull up the presentation from CitizenCon that talked about 1.0. I mean, unless Slowpoke, were you? Because CitizenCon 2023, when I was there in LA, that was like near the end of the year. You would think they're gonna go get to 1.0 before Squadron 42? Nah, because Squadron 42 is supposed to release this year. And they are right now putting all the eggs into one basket. They're trying to get that out the door. They're trying to release Squadron 42 because that was like a promise. And they had so much bad press for delays, and so they are gonna make sure that it gets out the door. Which means they only have basically a skeleton crew actually working on this game, the Persistent Universe. They had kind of talked about like after they get Squadron 42 out the door, they'll dedicate more resources towards the Persistent Universe now, which is kind of what I was asking you, like. Were you around when you started playing the game? Was that prior to CitizenCon? Do you even know what CitizenCon is? In 2023, that is. Whoops, I was a little too early. Oh, there you go. I wonder if the ship, see, the ship has a tractor beam up there. I wonder if it would have been able to like pull. If I had another pilot here, they'd probably be able to like tractor beam the boxes from there into the cargo bay. I'm actually curious to see if that works. Well, you know what it is now, but you didn't in 2023? Oh, okay, so let me see. This was actually a really good presentation. Tube. CitizenCon 2023. Star Citizen 1.0. Passenger seat? Okay. Let's see if we can find out where this is supposed to come from. Let me go get my sound mixer.
Hey, well, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office.
This is CitizenCon.
Ran it through.
This presentation right here is about what 1.0 is going to be, and it was actually. There's some good news and there's some bad news if you were there in 2023. The good news is they actually like narrowed down what the hell they were going to release in 1.0, because it's good to finally actually have a milestone development project snapshot of what the hell you're going to get when the game comes out initially. Because you got to shoot for a goal, right? If you don't have a goal, you just have all these ideas. You don't know what's going to come first, what's going to come second, and no one knows when this game is going to actually ship. So that's kind of the good news. The bad news is back at the time, it's like literally what they're showing us is a PowerPoint presentation. So like a lot of the things that they're talking about in this presentation was like literally just PowerPoints. And I was just like, does that mean they haven't built shit around what they want to, about all the stuff they're talking about? It scared us. Maybe it's a lot better now than it was in 2023, but man, at the time I was like, I was excited. Now I'm a little worried, you know?
It's no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way, that's a dedication of Rich. Is like, okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it. And it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So
well, he was talking about the Squadron 42 playthrough.
And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building and the crafting, the ships, you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the...
Okay, so you already know about this, Slowpoke, so you've already kind of heard more about crafting and the base building and stuff. So they actually had like very early prototyping of like how that's going to work. But the 1.0 stuff that they're going to talk about now is more of like where they want to be in a couple of years. And so that was like 2023. They were kind of shooting. He kind of said like, oh, we're talking about 1.0. It could be like 2027, which was interesting. He kind of had a date. We know Chris Roberts is very bad at dates. And I want to say he's going to probably hit it at 2027, maybe December 31st, 2027. Maybe we'll get like something that could be a 1.0 candidate. I don't know. It depends how far along I think we get with social systems, reputation, and stuff like that, and in how, I don't know. God, I feel like we'll have part of the universe built out by then, but I don't think it'll be a 1.0 ready.
Perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources. It totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add so much to a living, breathing universe. But
do I think that Squadron is done and they can allocate more people to Precision Universe? That's why they were getting monthly updates now. I believe that they are getting closer to finishing Squadron 42. Initially, so about this same time in Squadron, about this time, 2023, that's when Chris Roberts announced that Squadron 42 is, quote, feature complete. And we're going to see more of the things that they got in Squadron in the persistent universe, which means they were going to put some more developers into the game. And we were like, oh my God, that's amazing, right? So after the show, like within the first, maybe I'd say 6 months past this CitizenCon right here, they actually did, like they introduced the new looting system. They introduced, like the interactions in the game where you had like more things to press, the F button basically. They've changed all that, so they did roll over a bunch of things, but then after that they kind of stopped. And I think that's because they had to stabilize and they had to build out more systems. And is this 4.0? Prior to 4.0, and so in order to get Pyro, we needed to get server meshing, and so that wasn't in yet. So that's, yeah, I explained a lot. Luckily, in this particular CitizenCon, they showed off how server meshing works. So we knew that at least they figured it out.
That is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen
always, like,
2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for us. Right?
Yeah,
I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things.
Yeah, hold on.
But
give me a minute to fix this. What's happening to the... Hello?
Question
What
really
happened?
is, at what point
here we go.
would we, at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen ready for everybody? Not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, you know, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve, and we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, you know, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that?
What happened to?
And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, you know, inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider.
Apparently, somebody took a project management class and they're like, Chris, all right, at some point you got to stop telling people all this stuff and start building it and getting it right and deliver on these milestones. And I feel like they really had to like lock it down, be like, look, Chris, let's get some goals down so we can hit them, and let's get this thing, we'll call it 1.0, and you know what, after that we can just keep on building, you know? Yeah, this is where so prior to this presentation, they had talked about crafting base building, and we're like, oh wow, this is so cool. You know, this is what they're going to be working on, but they didn't know, nobody knew when and what point is going to happen. So this is why this follow-up presentation was so important, because they had to tell people like, all right, we're going to be shooting for this particular, we're going to be shooting for a particular milestone, so you know when this shit is going to actually happen, okay? And otherwise people are going to complain, well, this game's going to be perpetual development cycle, they're never going to release the game, right? So that's where this presentation comes through. And let me just knock the audio on this, so that this makes more sense.
We're ready to go wide. You know, everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today, is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0. That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list.
I was depressed right there at that point, because I've been talking about like, oh man, we need fishing. If this game had fishing, I would, you know, Ferk and me, we would be out there fishing. We would be playing, we wouldn't play any freaking loops in this game. We'll be out there with a hat and a lawn chair with a piece of straw sticking out of the corner of my mouth and a straw hat, and I would be just like throwing my fishing pole there. We'd be catching some space fish all day. We wouldn't be doing any stupid FPS loops or anything like that. Am I in here? I know I'm here somewhere. I think I'm like in the audience, like here with my son, probably.
But I'm pretty sure, I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is. And, you know, to do that, Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director.
And it's also amazing that freaking he had to call out fishing, like, specifically. And I was like, fuck, if he's saying it specifically, then you know he's like someone they had brought it up in a meeting and they shot it down.
Director is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So without further ado, Rich Tyra.
All right, hey, Slowpoke, yeah, this is the best,
right,
this is a really good presentation. And yeah, Red Dead Redemption, dude. World of Warcraft.
Stay calm.
Actually, you are correct when they talk about boats, because Ferk, there was on the roadmap, they had, it looked like we were literally 2 quarters away from having swimming. And swimming meant boats. and then it suddenly disappeared off the roadmap, and then we never heard from it ever again. And we're just like, what is happening here? And I think literally, yeah, Squadron 42 has a boat. So it's like, what are they doing? And I figured, like, right now, they are just they're shuffling around their development priorities, because if they want to get to 1.0, they have to figure out, like, prioritize, like, what the game needs. You know, like, what the game needs to be a playable game, and then we can introduce other cool things later, right? So it makes sense, but, you know, it's disappointing.
So, my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts.
Oh, yeah.
And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game, and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen? Well, today, we're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game.
Man, guess where we're at right now? We're at 4.6. And remember, people were like, okay, so how many patches are going to be in 4.0 before we get to 1.0? Because they had said that 4.0 is the last major version before 1.0, right? Exactly. Well, hey, it doesn't have to stop there for 4.99, okay? So it could be go 4.100. 4.100 could be 4.101. So we don't know. I mean, look at how much 3.0 before we got to 4.0. There was 24 patches to go from 3 to 4. That was 24 times 3. 24 times 3 equals, oh gosh, what is 24 times 3? It's approximately 72 months. No. No. It was 24 times 3 is 72. Am I doing this right? I guess God, I'm such an art major. Oh. That's 72 months. 72 months is 6 years. It would take 6 years to get from 3.0 to 4.0. Like how you're feeling watching this as a man at 4.0. Yeah.
Today, though, it's beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game. Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches. It's a true...
No more database wipes?
It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the 1, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning.
Oh, shit.
Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals.
By the way, Slowpoke, are you getting any of the ads? Are you getting any? Are you seeing any of the ads in the game? I mean, I'm on the stream right now. I just wanted to just double check something real quick before we go any further, because I don't want you to miss any of this presentation, because this presentation is super awesome. You are, unfortunately? Okay, well, we're about to get an ad in about 30 seconds, so I want you to be around for when the ad finishes, so that you get to see the rest of this, because this presentation is kick-ass. By the way, while we're waiting for the ad's going to start in about 10 seconds, I think. And then it'll be like literally a minute 30, and then we're back in business. So I'm just going to try and get into this. Is this how this works? Kickstarter was in... Yes. Is it 2012? For when was it like... Oh shit. How do we do this now? Is there a power button for this thing? Alright, ad should be on right now. Is there an ad? Ad starts in 2 seconds.
Systems on.
Ad starting, it says it's starting soon. Is there an ad right now? I don't... What is happening right now? Bro, just run the ad so that we can get rid of it. Not yet. I can probably kick the ad into gear right now, and it's just like hit the ad, and that way we don't have to see it anymore. It's 8 days after. No, see what happens is, like, if I play the ad now, that means you don't have to worry about the ad kicking in for like a half hour or something like that. Oh, there it is. 60-second ad? Oh, 1 minute 30. Okay, that's fine. Remote turret. Oh, here's the tractor beam. How do you get this thing? Why is it in the bottom? Ah, you can't even see the freight elevator from here. Okay, I'm just gonna tell him, getting. It says that the ads are done. Are you back in here, Slowpoke? You're back? Okay. Thank you for your patience. What, Ferk, what were you saying about, like, it said something about, in terms of the Kickstarter, SKS was added 8 days after crowdfunding started. Oh, okay. So they actually had like a different fundraising setup back then, but then Kickstarter was like literally invented or something like that, and so they actually put the extra fundraiser onto Kickstarter. That actually like catapulted them. Oh, holy shit! You're like Indiana Jones, Ferk. You like know all this like legendary archive stuff.
And one of those goals was 100 star systems. But, and there is a but, the star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings.
Oh my god, what other game do we know that is like that? You can't really go and explore the planets. You get a small little landing zone, and landing is all like done through an animation or something. Like you just call ATC and then you're suddenly on the ground after you watch an animation. 2012 sounds like a game that we have currently in the Steam catalog, huh? Yeah.
And we all know how that went. To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest, and that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday. So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story. To help...
It's good. It's a framework to get people to keep moving through. Like any other MMO, there's usually a base
story. To help
story.
new and existing players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have, to take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer. Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions.
Yeah, this is...
As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer.
Armor and clothing.
Alongside
and
economic growth,
swag.
Guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Remember, we haven't heard a lot about him since, so he's been very busy.
Thank you, Rich.
He
Hello,
comes in every once in a while.
How's it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC-driven.
Oh, I know.
So
yeah,
while
you're right. It
Squadron
cannot
42
happen
will always be
soon
the
enough.
place to go for AAA cinematic adventure. We're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU.
And you think about it, what they're doing is they're building upon how they built Squadron 42 to get story-driven type missions into the game to lead you along to experience the game.
And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years. The gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship.
So, yes, Squadron 42 takes place partly in Odin, and I believe they said that was not going to be in 1.0 at the very beginning, but they said they will add that as a stop-off later on, because I know, Ferg, I think they had mentioned that it is one of the jump-off points from one of the other 5 star systems that are connected to Stanton right now. So it's not like a direct jump from where we are at this point, so it needs to be a connector, and I think that's how they need to expand it. I think maybe Odin is going to be one of those ones that's like, we need to have dynamic server meshing at least, but dynamic server meshing, I believe, is going to be a 1.0 requirement. Odin is not, as they'll explain in this in the presentation.
So, many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the Empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on.
Interesting.
So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5 star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them. But where exactly are you going to go? First, we've got Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding. We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nick's system. There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids. Ian also made another big announcement of our fourth system, Castra. Situated along the former Perry Line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated.
By the way, Slowpoke, did you actually watch any presentation that talked about these new systems that we're going to have for 1.0? Because they actually showed, well, they showed concept trailers basically of like what each system is going to look like. At least I think they showed a little bit of Castra. So actually, I think it was a separate presentation. Oh yeah. Okay. Nice music.
So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5?
Terra.
Yeah. We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of division. But that's our starting 5. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in.
Okay, so I mean, I don't even think like Starfield had some of this. I mean, there's a little bit. I remember when you get to that, what is it, the casino city on that one planet, they had some small missions that you could do there that kind of told you a little bit about what's going on. There's like there's some corporate corruption stuff going on, and where you had to like work your reputation so that you could like steal from one corporation to another. And I think that's kind of what they're going in here. Other MMOs like World of Warcraft, you know, you get to a new location, everybody's got their own local drama going on, and that's kind of what they build stories around that particular planet, that particular moon. Each population center is going to have a particular need and some stuff that's going to drive stories there, and that's going to be basically parallel to the main storyline.
So, that's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2 things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in.
Slowpoke.
But we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time.
Like Cyberpunk, I guess.
Let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there. The Imperial Sports Federation.
Wow. Isn't this crazy? Because, like, you know, this also encompasses different play styles. So the people that just love to do FPS all day and are like doing basically scenarios that are like combat based, you got these ones where just like marksmen. They have, they have the Incredifun Adventure, I guess. I'm not sure, the ADV. Incredifun, and Arena Commander is apparently like its own, I don't want to say company, but yeah. And, you know, people who love to race, people will be out racing in a particular area. Other people will be just like killing each other, or like simulated combat in one area. But it's kind of weird because then you have something like the Daymar Rally of Cargo here for like competition among miners and salvaging. Parkour athlete, what the hell? Yeah, there's no other game like this, but yeah, that is like they did put this on paper now, so it is like these are the things that they are shooting for that 1.0. That's insane.
So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts.
Yeah, so they're gonna have parkour before they have fishing, and they already built out golf courses on Crusader. Like, what, they should already have like mini golf at least on those platforms. You know, like I don't golf at all, but I would love to play golf in Star Citizen.
Yes, Cargo Olympians and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here.
Oh, shoot, Slowpoke. Check this out. This slide.
We have the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game.
I mean, okay, so what if we have dinosaur-sized animals finally on certain planets, man? You would have like Jurassic Park 2, where you have to get out there and either like capture or hunt particular animals that you would like basically be flying or driving in jeeps to try and like tranquilize some of these aliens and then bring them back to something, and you would earn rep with them. Oh my gosh, that's like just one of apparently a few hundred different kinds of gameplay styles.
From population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to
Alliance
one,
versus
the other marks you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel,
Citizens for
Mercenary
Prosperity
Guild's got you covered. On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough and tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So mercenary guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor.
Race fixing and race fraud.
So as you can see, there's going to be a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing. We're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Lorville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts,
illegal
just
crafting?
as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction.
Like counterfeit stuff?
And all of this.
Maybe?
This is
Counterfeit
what's going to make Star Citizen
material
be
to
the
sell?
experience we set out to make.
Drug dealers.
A diverse
yeah.
universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in.
Farmer slash
To
fishing.
talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyre.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
Smashed it.
Exactly.
Thanks, Dave. Okay. So we have a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions. And we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation.
You want to go to a CitizenCon?
But what about
yeah.
our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before, we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy.
Is it just one day? Well, it used to be like 2 days. So, I mean, that is expensive for them, especially considering that this is all like supposed to be crowdfunded. So, like, literally the money you're dumping into the game is used to actually put together these events. So, they were 2 days, and then like the last ones were virtual. So, it's just good. I feel like they need to rein in the expenses and then spend more of that money on development. So they try to package it more so that they can focus on, especially Squadron 42, to get that out the door. But yeah, the one I went to was 2 days. This one was in LA, but they did close the LA studio. And did they close the, I think they did. I think the last US one is in Austin, right? And then the rest is in Montreal, and then in the UK, I believe, right?
That will automatically adjust
Germany?
the in-game prices based on player activity. But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation.
Basic economy,
and this is
yeah.
where taxes and insurance come in. Boo. We'll have two main taxes: inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now,
Which
as we have Death of a
everybody has
Spaceman,
LTI mostly.
we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed.
Okay, so yeah, did you hear that stat? It's like 90% of ships that are lost are for ships that are even blown up, and it has really mostly to do with bugs and whatever. But as we're starting to see in the most recent stuff like 4.5 and 4.6, it's like now we're having to like maintain the ships. So you're starting to see degradation, damage, replacing components. They're slowly working it into the system. Yeah.
And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance.
Like right now, LTI or whatever we have in the game at this point is like, it is right now level 3, because once you have customized your ship, whatever you had installed in the ship in the vehicle management system is already covered, because you claim it and you get it back and it's exactly the way it was before, right? Well, now we're going to probably be getting level 1, and you're going to have to start purchasing level 2, level 3, because once you reclaim the ship, then all your stock components are going to get ripped out, I guess. LTI right now, I think LTI at this point is probably going to be level 1. I'm guessing it'll be unlimited level 1, and at some point you might have to get level 2 or 3. But I think without if people who don't have LTI, if you don't have any insurance on your ship, there could be that claim timer. I think. I forget. They'll mention that.
Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship.
Oh.
Insurance. I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important.
Okay. Also, yeah, the reason I paused it right here is because there's supposed to be an ad running in like 30 seconds. So hopefully when we run this ad, you won't have to see another ad after. You won't have to see. Oh, maybe it's starting now. Brooke, how's it going? I'm sorry, I haven't been following the YouTube chat. I gotta probably put these together. There's gotta be like a combined one. Might have to see if the Atom, or is it Atom, or at least Nutty on his channel, he has like a good one. But I do have Social Stream Ninja. We have the Social Stream Ninja was the one I used previously that had like combined chat. So that one I may go back to. It depends. I have to like dock it into OBS. At some point though, I do. Hey, the community should be back now. The ads should be done. Yeah, at some point I want to see if Streamlabs has fixed their multi-stream. But if not, then we will be back doing Atom multi-stream like we are now. And then hopefully maybe by next week, I'll have figured out how to do TikTok so we can have the vertical streams working again. So thank you and welcome back, Slowpoke. Let's check this out. Apparently, Dev is like, you got to pay attention to this part about insurance, and I'm curious too. Let's go and just rewind like 10 seconds and see what he says exactly.
I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance. This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car.
What the? I mean, a lot of times when we abandon our ship, it's not because we just don't want to. We're too lazy to like get the ship back because we left it at Port Tressler and we're here in Pyro. A lot of times it's because we're stuck. And like the ship blew up and now I'm at an outpost and there's no way to get home. So yeah. Ships bought on the impound. Ooh, that's a tough one. I feel like that one is not going to have the warranty on there.
You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home.
Can we follow the shuttle and shoot it down?
If your ship has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back.
Lost.
And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others. With starter or small ships always being readily available.
Oh.
And larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible.
Don't lose your javelin.
Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity.
Sure.
But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly,
don't worry, we'll be
let's
there.
add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot.
Oh.
I actually had to ask them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide. And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops. This is the core of Star System 1.0.
Wow, so just imagine, like, in the classic MMO, you're usually asked at some point to choose what class you are in a particular character. Like, are you a druid? Or are you a warrior? Are you a mage? You know, are you this or that? And of course, like some games, of course, will still allow you to have multiple specializations or professions. But you can see now that really, Star Citizen, you are to be whatever you want to be. You don't have a class you spec into. You just got to be good at a bunch of different things. And that's kind of where it is a free-flowing type MMO. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty sick. Yeah, and so that's kind of where whatever fleet you're building up to, you might want to have at least if you pay AUC for it or whatever, you want to at least round out your fleet so you're not like specialized just for fighting, because you might want to pick up a mining ship to, at least pick up some of your own stuff, maybe salvaging. Maybe not some of the sub gameplay like refining. Maybe you can just do that at a station because it doesn't require you to have a ship of any kind. Just take your materials, bring it to an outpost or one of those stations that has a refinery, and then refine those mats so that you can build something. So, I mean, there seems to be a ship for every also sub archetype, but maybe those aren't completely necessary. I don't see anything about my journalism reportership though, but yeah.
Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content.
What?
The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically everyone in this room.
This was a couple of years ago.
So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content.
That's a
that
tough
will take
one.
full
Instance
advantage
content.
of not only multi-cruise ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships.
And this is where
You will
social
finally be able
needs
to
to
become
come
the
into the
admiral
game.
of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0.
All right, yeah. You're gonna be like a commander mode? What the hell?
We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players.
I think when he was talking about endgame, he really means like when you want like higher tier stuff. So not only are you experiencing the story, you're also getting into stuff that requires you to, if you want to progress beyond just making your simple ship, let's say you want to get blueprints to really spec out your fleet, make bigger ships basically, and especially components that are military grade, right? Like right now you can't just buy those things on the store. You actually have to go do some basically org based combat. I think that's what he's saying here. That's where we get into the instanced content. And right now we don't have rep really, so it's just a matter of you joining up with anybody.
On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the end game experience, and I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content? As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems, 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies. And depending on the location, will dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of something that's missing in the last year or two. I think it's probably in the last year when they had server meshing, they brought in 4.0. I think they took it all offline. Prior to that, because we used to have NPC police that would, I'm not sure if it's random, but they would show up near like space stations or wherever, and they would used to be like, pilot, you need to hold your position. We need to check to make sure everything is cool. They would scan you for contraband. If you had any stolen stuff, if you had, I don't even know how we got contraband stuff. Yeah, basically anything that was stolen or whatever is the definition of stolen. If they caught you with that, they either attacked you or they fined you. You had to pay a fine. And if you ran, they would either try to attack you or whatever. You would get like a penalty. So you had to like hold still and wait until they said, "All right, looks good, you're clear to go," and then you could just keep going, or land, or whatever it is you were doing. But they took that out. I don't know if it's because maybe they were also going to redo the whole system for that. They had to make it work with server meshing, but that used to be a thing. Yeah, I never experienced that. Yeah, and there used to be something like that too. You would be traveling through quantum travel, and then you would get pulled out of quantum travel because the cops were there, or pirates. Pirates would demand payment, of course, and then or they would just shoot you, try to like steal your stuff, or it would be like cops checking you for contraband while you were in quantum travel. So yeah.
So first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or, if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner.
Yeah, that's probably very, very end game trouble right there. That's probably like the highest tier.
Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes
we even
opportunity.
Talked about transient jump points.
Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity, the literal definition of high risk, high reward. With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want to create bases to mine and extract them. This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos.
Oh god, battlefield on
Defending
space.
players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields.
More like
a
PlanetSide
localized
2.
version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab.
Yeah. We're gonna get our own
huge
AA
difference,
turrets.
though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use
Planetary
Nix and
shields.
Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network.
What the hell?
They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage. But with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, SEAL eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nix and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems.
We need to see like a fraction of this stuff, hopefully this year.
So fast forward to present day, without SEAL's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to Station Warfare.
Wait, what? Is this, they're talking about new PvP?
With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech. Which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core.
Holy smokes. So this is for like, this is kind of like high-end PvP. So if you really want to get the resources out of a particular planet, you need to combine all your efforts to get the resources to power these relay stations in order to protect your org's activities around a particular planet, so you can basically run that planet until someone else comes and like blows you away and then takes over the planet. Yeah, that's a big org step, but that also means that everybody else that's playing the game is going to have to stay away.
Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger
Am I in
structures
an org right
earning
now?
more.
I was in an org that did like a lot of this before. That was mostly like simulated combat, though, in a large scale, and that sort of just kind of broke up. And now I'm just sort of freelance at the moment.
And at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection. With shield coverage being limited, though, the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards.
Shards.
Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection.
Okay, that's interesting because that is the balance. So you don't have to worry about like one group owning monarchs for the entire, basically the rest of the days. You know, you can't have like one org that is just dominant all the time. It resets. So that's kind of good, and they have a lore way to explain why.
So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've...
Yeah, and that actually might help with sort of the non-discriminate ganking that goes on. People like basically attacking people for no reason. This also gives these types of pirates a reason to go after specific targets. So it's not like, you know, if you're a lowly guy in this part of the system just trying to do stuff, they might actually ignore you because they're too busy getting the resources they need to basically strengthen their position in this part of the galaxy. Therefore, there's going to be less random encounters with PvPers because they want to focus on themselves in a fight against another organized group.
Won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's creative director, to the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, hello, CitizenCon. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So, to continue the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke. And then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually, we saw a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal.
What is the ultimate end goal of orgs?
The thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
What are all these orgs working towards? Oh my god, I can hear him breathing. What is the thing that all the orgs are trying to go towards? It looks like it's not even a ship. The ultimate org thing. Does that mean a Valkyrie? god, Ferk, look at how many windows it has. Actual windows. Will we ever get to see windows? Yes, space station, sir. Space stations. Org crafted and maintained space
Let me
stations.
introduce you to player space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of operations for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials.
Yeah,
and also,
I think when
will be a
the keyword
large
is
time
vast
investment.
quantities.
But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the Pioneer.
Oh my god. Somebody has to have a Pioneer. I mean, what about any ship that has a construction?
Once it's created,
facility?
the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in grey box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
Oh my god. Grey box. Dude, I have a Galaxy also, Ferk. How the hell do we have the same ship? I'm waiting for that module too. If that goes on sale again or whatever, I don't know how it's going to work, but I definitely want to get a construction module. Starlancer BLD. Ooh, I would like that. A cargo grid on the outside. Galaxy or the Pioneer. Actually, I'm going to say that. I wonder if they will update their statement regarding requirements. For example, maybe because we now have a Starlancer BLD. Potentially 3 ships that can do this. Unclear, really. Yeah, I mean the requirements are pretty unclear at this point because like there are now multiple ships that have construction capability. Is the Pioneer the only one that can do this? You know, like oh, look at that cargo grid, external cargo grid. That's badass. How much easier would it be to just do it that way? But then again, they don't show you how you're supposed to store. Oh, well, yeah. That's the supply part of the And they're a time lapse, of course. Little by little, you have to grow the ship. Wow,
Awesome.
look at that. That's literally the beginnings of a space station.
So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources. And the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute.
People can
the
come in,
supply bay has
drop off
automated
stuff.
construction zones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big. And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public.
Do all this?
And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
I mean, I love it, and I'm so excited, but I'm also like, do they have the guys to do this? Do we have a team already working? They said it's in gray box. And when they say gray box, that means they've already put some work into it. Slowpoke, I mean, if we even got like basic crafting and social tools, you know, like the networks looking for group, and you know, that, I mean, I would be really confident about the direction, you know? Base building, maybe. No, I mean, you know what? When they say gray box, they also have it on the roadmap. The roadmap really only deals with like how long. Like they have like markers on the roadmap. If it reaches the end of that roadmap, it doesn't mean it's ready to go. It usually means it's ready to go. Sometimes it means it's ready to go to another team.
The back of the bridge leads to a centralized transit network. This spine physically connects the entire station and will provide access to the various decks. Each level in the station will have a centralized lobby area, and this is your station. You'll be able to use the decorator mode, so you'll have plenty of space to theme it however you want. And speaking of having plenty of space, this space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior. No magic elevators.
No, thank God. No more elevators that go, you know, sideways and all kinds of stuff. It'll actually be based on how big your
station is. So you can circumnavigate around
the
entire perimeter, and it's wonderful. Okay, let's jump back in.
Shoot, I wonder if that means, like, you know, there's small stations, big stations. Are we really gonna have people exercising? I hope those are gonna be NPCs, you know, that'd be kind of cool too. I wanna have some NPC, you know, staff. Oh my god, real windows! You see that PTV run by? That PTV, oh man.
All right.
Now you're just BSing me, boy. You're gonna have
As you
those
can see,
people in there.
right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck.
Yeah, seriously, Fred.
So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will
All right, so how much do you want to bet that now we have the multi-threaded Vulcan has now kind of come in on 4.5 and 4.6? They're just basically enhancing it now with like VR, experimental VR, and then we've got now the DLSS 4 overrides are now starting to actually work correctly in the game. What if it's now like we've unlocked certain performance problems that weren't solvable back then, and now maybe they'll retroactively go in and fix some of these stations and ships to add the windows back because performance is better? Maybe.
Serve as the beating heart of your station. Then we have the hangar deck. And as the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There'll be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from...
I mean, Vulcan is kind of different, so... Vulcan is more like the draw method, and that handles the calls from the actual game engine. So the game engine is basically an offshoot of classic CryEngine, which was the same as like another game engine, which is like Unreal Engine. So they're related, different kinds of game engines. So Unreal Engine. Then there's CryEngine, which was the original basic code that was picked up by CIG, and that evolved into the Star Engine. So there's some related code to that from Crytek. Now the Vulcan is more like the draw calls, which is related to basically DirectX. So, for example, Unreal Engine uses DirectX. It could be DirectX 11, DirectX 12, or it can use Vulkan to basically map out how the system draws stuff like that. So there are 2 different kinds of things, if it makes some more sense.
One hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in.
Beautiful. Interesting. If the hangars are big enough to fit a Star Lancer, that means they're probably medium to large. Everything else is going to have to dock. If we had half this many NPCs in the game doing something like in Orson or those abandoned platforms, I would be happy.
All right, so your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics. For example, there'll be spaces for several freight elevators. And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and ships, vehicles and ground vehicles.
Ground vehicles
and there'll be
in my
also
hangar?
exit points where you can simply drive out into your station. Then there'll be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room. And from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand it.
Sheesh.
As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand.
This means PTVs will become made more useful.
The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap.
Nice.
The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand.
Wow.
You can build those generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms.
I just want to, if I can have a little cottage.
So similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this is on a much bigger scale. But that's just the interior. Let's talk about the exterior. On the exterior, we have minor hard points. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules which tailor it to specific functionality. Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets. This goes back to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hard points.
God,
the
you have
core
to have
station
a lot of
module
people working for
comes
you.
with 2 hardpoint connectors.
Plus, I have to work 24/7.
Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example.
Damn.
Awesome, thank you. Awesome. The first example is the cargo wing. The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in holding. Then we have the refinery wing.
Damn.
So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale.
Death Star.
As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing. And finally, we have the hangar wing. So,
They have a docked javelin over there? Yep.
So, the bigger your fleet, the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize your fleet's deployment. All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts. And like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable.
God. Can you imagine how many resources it takes to build out?
Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on.
Becomes a crazy trailer that shows it all. Oh my god. You got like cannons right there. You got like shield generators. You got stuff that's like collecting gas. Here's the expansion right here coming up. Above, apparently, Pyro 3. Yeah, I bet you this thing is gonna have. I bet you each station is gonna basically have its own shard or whatever, like its own server meshed in to like run this thing. Big enough to hold a hammerhead, dude.
All right.
Good grief, dude.
Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion.
Oh, shit.
Similar to ground bases, you'll be able to earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos.
Yo!
Outside of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be for the crow's nest.
What?
Now, all the other modules built so far have very specific functionality. But I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space.
No, yeah, well, what the heck is that? That's what the heck? That's pretty crazy. That's literally like just all that for a little observation tower. Obviously, this is a little bit of a, you know, maybe they're kind of working out what goes in this room exactly, but.
All right.
Wow.
So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints. The flight deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
Oh my god, a trailer for that? It's like a battle group deployment spot? How does this work? I mean, you know, we all watched Independence Day. What if you crash into it? Does that blow up the whole station? Battlestar Galactica. This is like the inside of an Idris without the Idris.
All right. There's a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system,
yeah, with no other
now
law
you're the
enforcement,
potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And
Obviously,
let's say
a lot.
we didn't win the station warfare bit that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable.
What? Yeah, that Mustang's gonna get cooked right there. You're gonna need a rapid reaction force here. You gotta, this is right here, QRF. You gotta have people on standby. Who's gonna be awake at 4 a.m. to defend the base? Oh shit. Oh shit, they came in through the freaking airlock. The Golden Pico. Internal security. Huh. Are we talking about internal security turrets? That's wow.
Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a defensive fortress.
Now, could this be why? I know, Frick, well, pretty much anybody who's been in Pyro and they know about like contested zones. Remember how we talked about there's supposed to be like friendly and unfriendly turrets that you had to kind of work together to disable. Maybe these were supposed to be the proving grounds to make that technology work in order for them to put that into people's bases. And literally, if you remember, like anything that's built in Star Citizen, like as a feature, even in Arena Commander, any small thing you see that is sort of a small mechanic is usually a testing ground for something they want to build in the future. Like, you know, that kind of explains like what how would they get turrets in the game like that? Obviously, they've been trying to put that in. Like contested zones are the perfect way to show like friends versus foes in the same spot and automated defense measures along with a quick reaction force. So you would have to have people that know the difference between hostile and friendlies. And I feel like that's where you create those testing grounds. And, you know, the tech is literally being tested in real time. So that's that. GG's, eh?
The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside, yes, once inside, and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors.
I feel like the best thing to do is to plant a tank if you can at the nearest, you know, the ingress points. You just have to plant a couple of, you got to put a couple of like either tanks or you've got to put in some Anvil Spartans with like just repeaters that just keep blasting away at where people are coming in. I don't know. Crazy.
Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot.
I know, it's just too
Gaining
much, man.
control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable.
Station defenses?
As a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors, which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel.
And you know what? Golly. This is like so much because we're talking about things that you have to invest in, and like right now, you still have to have cooperation in an organization to get the resources to build a station in the first place. And then all this is going to be the cherry on top. There's going to be people, if this starts getting rolled in, people will be attacking other people's supply bay ships, you know. People will basically try to keep each other from getting right off the ground, you know, like that basic core, which is just a supply ship deck or whatever. People are going to be constantly attacking that thing to keep it from getting off the ground. It'll be like when the rebels try to stop like a half-built Death Star from being completed, because they know once that thing gets to basic 1.0, then it'll be impossible to fight, right? So, you know, and it's going to take forever to like get enough resources to build this thing to be complete enough. And I bet you the cherry on top for all this is like you have to be able to afford, you're going to have to be able to afford to add the internal defenses. I don't even know if they come stock with anything. But yeah, people are not going to allow each other. Yeah, people are not going to allow each other to build a complete base. That's for sure. They're going to be fighting each other.
These will all
just
help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orgs, and will be your base of operations for system-wide activities.
And like, who gets to own
The
it? I think it's
station
gonna
can be customized
a group
both
has
in
to
the
own
interior
it.
and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars. But wait.
But wait.
But wait.
What?
There's one more unique module we can build, and that is the dry dock.
Whoa.
This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations, and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question still remains, what
are you gonna
size
build,
of
man?
ship can we build? Let's take a look.
Oh, God. Are those vending machines? Vending machines confirmed. Why is this like a teaser? They're teasing me with whatever the hell it is. Come on now, this is gonna be a Bengal? Is that a Bengal? You can build.
Yes.
You can build a Bengal. The biggest ship in Star Wars from UE. Oh my God. Dude. Can we do all of this by just fishing in the game? That Bengal's gonna get his ass kicked while it's in dry dock by people who are gonna kind of will keep it from getting built. Whoa, look at it, interconnected bases. Damn. Dude.
Thanks, Ian.
Can you imagine?
So now we're talking.
The skies above Bloom
Multiple
are gonna be
stations
littered with
linking
stations.
and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships. The ultimate end goal for any org. Okay, so let's take a step back.
Can you
At
even
the beginning of this
raise that much money?
presentation, I mentioned we had 3 types of players and 1 universe. And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base, each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system. But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and CitizenCons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0.
That is crazy. Isn't that crazy? What the heck is we talking? What are we talking about? We're talking about what the future of the game and what it's gonna be, dude. And that's like I think all of you guys are saying. We want that to be what's happening in 2026. 2026. I don't think is of course it's not gonna be 1.0, but we want. I think we're gonna see the foundation of the tech that makes us feel like we're getting closer finally, because maybe social UI is going to make it in finally. Maybe we'll see we are going to see crafting, I think, and we are going to see inventory tech, which will lead us to that path, and then Squadron 42 hopefully by the end of this year. I know, come on CIG, we've got to get there, and we are waiting. We are so close, dude. We are so close. Man, that's where we're at right now. And I'm glad you're excited, Slowpoke. I am too. And we got 4.6 probably coming out by the end of this week. What are we? It's almost February in about a week. So by the end of March, we might actually see the next major patch. I don't know. They seem to be going monthly, and I don't know. I keep thinking that we're still doing quarterly stuff. I don't know how they're really doing this. But if they're going on a monthly cadence, maybe 4.7 is going to be like, they're going to like say, okay, feature release, the big thing is going to be the UI type changes. So maybe they'll go Moby Glass with social or whatever, and then they'll go inventory, and then that'll lead to other big tech, and then we'll see Nix 1 with Planetary Tech V5, and then maybe by the end of the year, maybe we'll see like dynamic server meshing to kind of round out like how they fill out Nix with Nix 2, Nix 3. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm not really sure. Some people have said like Nix 1 might not even make it till the end of this year. But that would be crazy if they would roll out a star system, not have its first planet by, 6-9 months in. Not really sure. So we will see how they do this thing. It's going to be one hell of a ride, that's for sure. All right, folks, we're actually going to cap off this night by kind of going into raid one Falcon Elite. So I want you guys to say hello to him. Thank you and good night to all of you. Legendary Slowpoke, and Ferk, and everybody else who's still kind of left over, who's lurking. I appreciate you too, Legendary. Can I add you in the verse? Absolutely. I'm in there. instaSHINOBI. Please go ahead and add me. We can hopefully kind of travel the verse together, maybe do some missions. When 4.6 comes out, that is going to be one heck of a resource slog. So we're going to need to probably co-op to get as many of those gathering and maybe defense mission goals done. It's going to be pretty tough. So it's going to be another grind. Absolutely. So yeah, Ferk and Slowpoke, everybody else, let's go say hello to folks who are doing basically ops, ground and air PvP, and we'll check you again soon for another Star Citizen stream. Don't worry, we're going to be doing some creative stuff this week, so stay tuned. Have a good night too. I'll see you, yeah.